Hi everyone! In this video, we'll be introducing the vehicle airdrop skill. When this skill is used, a beacon will be thrown and a vehicle airdrop will be summoned. Not only is there a limit on using the skill, it takes a bit of time for the vehicle to be airdropped. Hence, players will have to ensure the use of this skill at opportune moments and take their team to a suitable location. As for slow-paced matches held on large-scale maps, players tend to take a longer time to get equipped, and it can be difficult to move about. With this skill, it can help save a massive amount of travel time to get to safety, as well as search for advantageous spots. On top of that, there are few vehicles found in the rural areas. When equipped with this skill, it's more feasible to parachute to more remote regions, and highly contested advanced supply zones can be avoided. Once you've thoroughly looted an area, you can use the skill to get your team to the next resource point. But keep in mind that, when the vehicle airdrop skill is in use, it is easy for your location to get exposed, so be sure to keep an eye out for enemies. This skill is most suitable for large-scale maps, and for players that prefer a slow and steady approach. What's more, the skill also safeguards your chance of entering the play zone. The skill will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello there! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepak Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and zip lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away. As long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking, they will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these 2 mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated one new vehicle and two new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a two-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. POWR has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of POWR to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sanhok military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above. Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and N16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Nusa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Nusa has a super recall mechanic available. As long as there's a teammate still in the match, and before the first blue zone starts shrinking, All eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas. But note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS-2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS-2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye!
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay, Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them.
Where to find us
أنا سمعت مناقة تبنك بصوت غير مجنون هذا استقبال تربل دي واحد واثنين ستة ناوية ستة يمين ولا يسار يا رجل نتبع بعد إشعار ثاني الحاجي يتقدم يا
Hello and welcome everyone to the very last day, the final day right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East and Africa Fall 2022 Championships. And we're back to see all the insanity that these teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield. My name is GEEKAY and of course joined by the one and only Proxy. how are you doing today?
It's a bittersweet feeling, DK. I'm excited, but I'm also sad that we finally reached the end of this. We only have 6 more maps to see what these teams have been showcasing and how exciting they have made this entire scene, how they're exciting they've made these last couple of days. So I'm excited, but I'm sad, in all honesty.
I mean, well, one extra bit of excitement that we've got between yesterday and today is that we saw that one of our participating teams has received an invite, a global invite, straight towards the PMGC. So a big congratulations going out to the players there from Team Falcons. Quite excited to see what they're going to be doing. But that then also means that we are going to be having 7 teams from our region repping it out up into the PMGC qualifiers. I mean, that is going to be absolutely insane to watch these teams go to, you know, just get to work, go at it. Of course, already 4 teams sitting there. And now, at the end of today, we know we will be finding out who will be those final 3 teams to lock in those slots to move on forward. So quite a bit of excitement still lies ahead for us here. But of course, we also want to know what our viewers are thinking. So be sure to hit us up on the lovely social medias. You'll be seeing those links momentarily, of course, right there. You can hit us up on YouTube on both the MENA and the Africa channels. The same goes for Facebook, right? You can hit us up on both those channels as well as on TikTok. So be sure to tell us what your thoughts are, what your teams have been doing so far. Are you happy? Are you satisfied? Are you still supporting them as much as you should? And of course, well, tell us, who do you think is going to be those final 3 teams to lock in those last 3 seats up in towards the PMGC?
Oh, it's absolutely crazy to think that we have 7 teams at the end of the day joining the PMGC ranks, joining the opportunity to take their careers even further and get even crazier experience to ultimately bring that back to the region. So the next MEA champs, the next PMPL Arabia and PMPL Africas are going to be absolutely stacked with talent.
Yeah, quite a bit of excitement indeed. But as we of course know, right, it is time for us now to take a bit of a look and see what our format is, right? We've known the format that we've been playing across the past 3 days, but just a reminder for those who might have forgotten in the meantime, right? As we can see, of course, it is going to be right here, right? 16 teams playing 24 matches. We've already concluded 18, but we are going to be wrapping up our final 6 matches here today. And the points all add up into the overall standings, which of course at this point in time it looks pretty impressive, looking at how these teams have just been working their butts off to try and secure themselves all those points. But of course, speaking about the points, right, another way to get yourself up into that kind of position that you're aiming for, right, into those slots, is going to be through utilizing our point structure.
Absolutely, it is the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile alongside Erangel, of course, as we know. But of course, it comes down to those balance between placement and eliminations, as the teams have been showcasing in the last few days. We have some of those teams really focusing on those earlier engagements, laying down those foundations in terms of those and absolutely just disgusting elimination points that they've been picking up. It has been quite crazy, but they have been doing a fantastic job at doing so. And of course, consistency, placing in the top 5, placing in the top 3, whatever it is that these teams have been showcasing, it has allowed them to bring in their own version of balance and bringing in their own strengths to make sure that they're climbing those overall ranks.
Yeah, and of course, alongside those ranks, right, not only are there going to be seats up into the PMGC up for grabs, but also, these teams are playing for their share of our amazing prize pool as well. So let's take a bit of a look at what that distribution is. Of course, that first place, that pole position being worth $40,000, right? Second position, $28,000. And third place, $18,000. It trickles all the way down to that 16th place, in which the team will be walking away with $3,000 to their name. But we also then add an additional $2,000 on top for our MVP. And by the look of it, from what we've been seeing so far, I do think Al-Hajj is in really strong contention to maybe be locking in that MVP position. But we'll see how everything goes across the span of today. But of course, all of this then forms part of our amazing $150,000 prize pool.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, just to add on to that Al-Hajj comments, yesterday picking up 23 eliminations. Just behind them, it was SK Tan, of course, with close, very close opportunities with 17 eliminations. So for me, it's definitely been the Terminator that's gunning for that MVP award. But we'll have to wait to see at the end of today who's going to be the ultimate best, most valuable player. But as we know, these teams have been bringing the action, DK.
Yeah, I think they should change it to a MCP, right? The most cracked person out on that battlefield. Absolutely insane performances. But as we know, speaking about insanity, speaking about performances, we need to take a look at our teams once again, just to remind you who those are stepping out onto the battlefield for their final opportunity here today. Of course, it's none other than Titan Gaming, CONQUEROR Iraq, for Kurdistan, NASR Esports, it's NIGMA Galaxy, Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, 1 Million, Team UMBRA, Virtual Gaming Squad, the OOREDOO Thunders, GEEKAY Esports, POWR Esports, R8 Esports, Slime 4KT, and Seoul Esports Africa. So some pretty amazing names that we see just distributed across the board here. And of course, the teams still have quite a bit of proving to do in our final 6 matches.
Absolutely. We really need to see that climb from our teams. As we mentioned, there's still an opportunity to close the gap, but the time is getting shorter and shorter to do so. Only 6 more maps left for today, and that means there's only a handful of points that these teams can really be able to pick up and really close those gaps on the overall standings. We've seen teams like CONQUEROR Iraq yesterday picking up 81 points in a single day of play that ultimately saw them jumping up into a fantastic current position, which I think actually puts them in the running to potentially close that gap into the top 3, but we'll have to wait and see when we take a look at the overall rankings to see how possible that actually is.
Yeah, of course, as we know, right, several teams stepping up to the challenge here, but of course we are going to be taking a little bit of a deeper look into the players from Titan Gaming. Right, Titans essentially down to only 3 players. Be rising in contention against the rise of Titans.
As we can see, Morteza is trying to snake it on up, but hey, E6 too quick on the trigger is going to spot out those pixels, and now all done.
Soul moving in over on that eastern side. Up comes Puncher, rushing straight on forward, ripping right through leaders Esports. BST, but Deep now going to come rushing in, looking to capitalize on the carnage. Will he be able to get it locked in? Yeah. Pretty insane indeed. I mean, we saw those quite impressive damage numbers, right? Over 30,000 damage being dealt. I mean, that's insane, right? Take into consideration that the player only has 100 health. That's quite a bit. That is quite impressive to see these really high numbers. But of course, as we had our preview at a few of our teams across the past few days, we've seen all these amazing stats coming through from them. So I think it would be actually quite interesting if you could see that culminated kind of result, right? To see what the entire season for this team holds, right? Coming through from spring and the fall season all lumped together. I think that would make for a very, very scary figure out on the screen there. So as we know, of course, we are going to be getting ourselves ever closer to that overall rankings. But first up, we are going to be taking a quick look at today's schedule. Well, we do that afterwards, right? But first up, of course, it is points time. It is going to be the players there from R8 Esports and POWR Esports sitting up in pole position, 200 points apiece. The only difference being that POWR Esports still is our team leading with the most elimination points.
And not a single winner chicken dinner, can you imagine? But of course, R8 Esports also had a fantastic showing yesterday. They picked up the most eliminations overall. They picked up 49 yesterday alone. So you can see that's helped them to at least try and close that gap between the eliminations that POWR Esports currently hold. But ultimately, these teams are absolutely in sync with those 200 points. As we move on down, a little bit of a gap starts to form there between 2nd and 3rd place. GEEKAY Esports, of course, hot on the heels of POWR Esports, trying to close as much of that opportunity as possible. Titans, as we just saw with that little bit of an intro video, we know what they're capable of, and we've seen it in the last few days. Currently sitting on the 4th position there, but fighting tooth and nail to get themselves closer and closer to the top. And then, DK, we start to talk about the opportunity here for these teams. We start to trickle down those overall rankings, trying to see where it's still possible. If we take CONQUEROR Iraq's example as from yesterday, they picked up those 81 points, and maybe that can happen again for another team today, but it's going to take a lot of effort.
Yes, it's going to take quite a bit of work, but I'm especially expecting today to be quite contentious, especially looking at that 3rd place points, right? 168 rather, all the way down to 8th place, which we've got on 141. So there's still quite a bit of moving space here, right? Quite a bit of movement that we could have come through. The teams could definitely still secure themselves the necessary points to advance themselves up into those PMGC slots. But as we know, R8 Esports and POWR Esports, right? They're not really going to let anyone catch up to them. We've been seeing such a dominating performance coming through from both these teams. I mean, I did say that POWR Esports is our team leading with eliminations, but R8 is our team leading with regards to placement points, right? So they've just been able to read the zone to near perfection, making sure that they really end up well at the end of almost every single match, ensure that those points get allocated towards them. But aside from our very first page, we also then need to take a look and see what our 2nd page situation is, right? As we know, the end of that first page is 141 and only 3 points away is where we see the players there from Slime 4KT. Now, we can talk about the contention even further, right? We can include it all the way up towards at least 11th position, right? Because 126 all the way up to 168, I mean, that is still within the realm of accessibility, right? So I'm expecting there to be still quite a bit of a dynamic shift coming in.
Absolutely, and we also need to keep in mind while we take a look at these overall rankings, especially for the viewers at home, that we have those 4 teams already with PMGC slots. So on the first page, we had R8 Esports. On this side of things, we've got Falcons 1 Million and NIGMA Galaxy, who already have secured those PMGC slots. At this point in time, for them in this MEA Champs, it's about getting themselves all that good action, getting themselves all prepped and ready to move on further. And obviously, a little bit of ka-ching at the end of the day. Never hurts. We do love a little bit of extra ka-ching, but that does mean that they hold a lot of power when it comes to ultimately divvying out those top 3 slots. And that does mean that the teams have a little bit of a better opportunity, even though it might not look like that just purely based on their current number position. There is still a chance if they can get into the top 3, regardless of the teams that don't have PMGC slots, they can still be moving on forward.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite an exciting day as, you know, there's a lot of power being held by these 4 teams. And we'll see who will be those 3 to be allowed on through. But of course, as we know, we need to take a bit of a look and see what that schedule is. Just for those who might have forgotten since yesterday what our map rotation is, here it is again, right? We are going to be playing through Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, and then a little bit of that Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar action once again. So it's going to be a pretty exciting day. The teams are still sitting there with 3 Erangels. But we've seen quite a bit of utilization coming in on our respective Miramar and Sanhok maps as well.
It's been a very interesting trend just with both the crazy map zones that we've been having yesterday with the Erangel, the double dose of military base. It was ridiculous. And then when we went over to Miramar's, we'd have those crazy southern flight paths with those very northern zones, really allowing the teams to, well, make a dash, make a run for the zone, because that's all you really can do. So that has provided a little bit of chaos yesterday when it came through to the eliminations. It was crazy. We were talking about those match points, and we were like, I thought we were playing Miramar. It looked a little bit more like a Sanhok game to me because of the spread of eliminations, but nevertheless, that was a massive opportunity now for the teams to really just start to add on points as we went through those respective maps.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think that it's going to stop anytime soon, right? Moving through into today, it's going to be a little bit of a gamble to see what the teams are going to be dealt with regards to those zones, where the flight paths are going to be going. But I'm just going to say it early on. I'll be happy with whichever we get, right? Whether we get complementary flight paths and zones, whether we get a little bit of a spanner in the works, whichever it is, we're going to be satisfied with. All I want to see today is the teams stepping up and shining and just bringing forward the most amazing performance that they can muster at this point. As we know, they've already been playing through their respective PMPLs, now making it up in towards this point. But now, that plane, of course, getting itself warmed up and ready to go, ensuring all the players are nicely settled into their seats. The parachutes are all packed up. But what are you going to be looking at to move through into our very first match of our very last day?
Ooh, I mean, for me, it is going to come down to those positions like we're talking about. All the way up to 11, there's an opportunity for these teams to climb their rankings into the top 3. So those teams that find themselves on the second page, those teams that find themselves pretty much outside of the top 4 placements, because that's still where we're dishing out those PMGC slots, I want to see those teams making a massive push today. And that's going to start with that first Erangel of the day, making that massive leap into picking up great eliminations, great placements, staying consistent throughout the day. And then we've got a storyline. Then we have those dark horses moving on up and really showcasing just at the last second that they are going to make it all the way into PMGC.
Well, we'll all have to wait and see exactly what will come through. But of course, I'm also going to say that I want to see at least one winner chicken dinner come through for POWR Esports today, right? We know yesterday they came so close to getting that winner chicken dinner. Let's see, maybe today they can push it all the way through to the very finish and secure that victory. But of course, as we know, it is just about that time to see what that flight path is going to be bringing through on our very first Erangel, but also our third to last Erangel, right? We're starting to run out of maps, and I mean, that adds to the excitement because these teams are just limited so much more as to what they are able to bring in and have to apply so much more focus when stepping out on the battlefield to show us exactly what those strategies are that they are going to be looking to utilize. But of course, as we know, a final few moments, so be sure to let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to be team to take this very first winner with a chicken dinner as we hop on over. And as we look, we can see the lovely Georgia Pool right there on the nose of the plane. Of course, we've got a little bit of that Georgia Pool down on towards the left-hand side as well. So it does mean that we are coming in over on towards that northwestern side. And it seems like we're heading over in towards the lovely Sosnovka military island.
Oh, we're just teasing what happened yesterday. That's all that's happening here, DK. The game is just taking a little bit of a nod and is like, you remember what happened yesterday? Ooh, it happened again. Imagine. But as we take a look at these teams now making their drop locations, a few opportunities for the likes of 1 Million Twisted Minds as they head on right above Georgia Pool and Hospital respectively, so they can have a very easy opportunity to get into their respective drop site. OOREDOO Thunders, exact same opportunity, but maybe we might be seeing a few changes on the last day. I am a little bit curious to see if the teams are just going to throw off, a few of those surprises. Suddenly just bringing in those changes and then bam, everyone else is left speechless.
I wouldn't be too surprised, right? Yes, I might be speechless for a brief moment, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see that happen because that is definitely something that these teams would be more than capable of doing, right? So it's all going to come down to when they choose to do it. But I got to say, 401 meters for Kante, wow, that's quite a bit of distance, right? For those who don't know, that's on the limit of the render range for this game, right? On the edge, it's like that is absolutely minuscule. It's so challenging. But of course, speaking about challenging, we do have quite a surprising zone right now sitting over on towards that southwestern side.
Oh, and Koa, what is happening here? Taking a little bit of a swim without a weapon? I don't think that's the safest bet to see, but we'll have to wait and see if they'll be able to just duck on dive and hopefully be able to get out of this situation. It does look like Falcons will be taking their rotation out, so we will have to wait and see. UMBRA even finding Patika, so there are a few more of those early eliminations, a few spread out plays coming through here. Slime for KT in particular, obviously quite spread out, just on the outskirts of basically Falcons' current vicinity. I'm not sure if they maybe wanted to go for one of those alternate drop sites, saw there was way too many teams and then just opted to go for the scatter.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you got to change up the approach ever so slightly, right? You got to keep everybody guessing because, I mean, this is the final day, right? So you really have to, like, all the rabbits that you've got stored in your hat, let them out, right? Everything, all the aces you've got up your sleeve, this is the day to let them loose, right? So we want to see all the action come in here, but of course, just a quick little bit of a replay here from what Morteza did with a beautiful iron sights coming through on the Mini.
Oh, it was disgusting. It was great, but it was disgusting. I mean, come on. We're bringing in these crazy shots. Yesterday, it was the UMP on Miramar that just made the day for me. It was a pan on Sanhok. Maybe we might be seeing a new weapon making its debut here over towards Erangel.
Well, I don't know. Definitely, we know these players are going to be looking to try and just pan out, right? See what they can bring on through. But either which way, as we look over on towards the lovely South Georgia Pool, we can see the players here from 1 Million now going about their business. We, of course, have R8 just towards the north and Twisted Minds just towards their south. So there's going to be a little bit of pressure, but I'm liking the approach coming through here from Slime 4KT, right? Also one of those teams really in contention, trying to get themselves in towards that PMGC, right? So they're really going to have to work amazingly today, right? We're gonna have to see that synchronicity come through if that is what they are looking to accomplish, and I'm pretty sure that is exactly what they're aiming for today.
Well, we can wait and see, and it's going to be up to these fantastically correct players, as we mentioned earlier, to bring through the action and to showcase what they've been potentially hiding, what they've been brewing, what they've been getting ready for today. Only 6 more games, so there is a pressure on everyone's shoulders to bring about their best performances, to make sure that they are climbing the ranks in those last few, just bouts for the top. So we'll have to wait and see how that's going to also just affect their mentality moving on in. I mean, we talked about that momentum starting off yesterday, finishing off the day strong, coming back today. I mean, I'm looking at Conquerors. What an insane jump that they made yesterday. And I hope that that's going to be bringing them their confidence. That's going to be bringing them the hype that they need to just hopefully do it again today.
Yeah, hopefully indeed, right? Let's see whether or not they'll be able to replicate yesterday's amazing effort that they put in. But as we know, all these teams are going to be looking to double down, right? I mean, I was talking about Storm a little bit before, but what standing out for me from their current location, right, is that they didn't go into Yasnaya. Out of all the places they could go that we usually see them going, right? Today, the very last day, the very first Erangel of day number 4, they decided to just change it up, right? It's like, you know what, it's fine. Let's keep everybody guessing. Let's have the Falcons wonder where we are and what we've done, right? They'll find out eventually what Slime has gotten up to. But of course, as we look towards the southern side here of Hospital, we still see the players from Twisted Mind going about their business, looking to get themselves looted up. And now, this is where we get closer to that next stage, right? Where the teams are going to start considering those rotations to get themselves set up within this next phase.
Absolutely, and obviously we do still have that military base involved, so OOREDOO Thunders, they're not going to be making a dash for the main island necessarily right now. They have the opportunity to wait to the next phase if they want to do so, and potentially looking at just the position of CONQUEROR Iraq currently, it would be a better bet, as you can see. Maybe just to wait a little while longer before they make that final dash. They don't want to necessarily run into those early engagements unless they absolutely feel that it's necessary. As for the rest of the teams, of course, I mean, Sanhok AT, they ended up all the way in Stolber, so they're going to have a trip and a half to get into the zone, DK.
Yeah, it is going to be quite an interesting one, though. I mean, a very similar approach to what we see sometimes come through from 1 million, right? You know, 1 million, they like to go for that little bit more of a Stolber spread. So, you know, Slime embracing the inner 1 million here, looking to to step up and shake up the proceedings. But of course, if we look on towards center zone, that is where we see the players then from POWR Esports getting themselves situated. NIGMA Galaxy also up in towards Pachinki, which is again very, very centralized. But you were talking about the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq. I gotta say, that looks like quite an interesting position, especially now that we, again, have the players from OOREDOO Thunder who have to move through from that southern side. It could be a little bit of that gatekeep action coming through towards that western bridge.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about for OOREDOO Thunders here. So, as we know, generally towards the later end of that first phase, we do see those teams really hunkering up towards the center, you know, making a little bit of craziness there. But for that, in anticipation of that rotation for the next phase with those crazy Erangel shifts. However, in CONQUEROR Iraq's current, you know, situation, they don't really need to move anywhere. They're fairly close to center. They have an easy rotation. They can stick it out in their current location, and that will apply pressure to OOREDOO Thunders. We can already see Hassan making a little bit of a scouting maneuver over towards that western bridge just to check out what's happening there. So hopefully they will get that information that, look, there's still a team here, there's still a team waiting for us. We might just need to take that eastern side rotation, or, you know, just stick it to that later, you know, outskirts rotation. So it's going to be interesting for them. I'm very curious to see how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be quite a few interesting things happening here today, right? We're going to be looking on as we look to see what Al-Hajj and the rest of the POWR team are going to be doing, whether or not the Terminator is going to get some of those Terminator thingies happening here again today. I expect the answer to that is very likely to be yes. But of course, we do still have several other teams also looking to get themselves moving much, much closer. I mean, Titans, right? They brought in such a phenomenal performance in PMPL Africa. And you can see the amount of effort and hard work they're putting into trying to just secure themselves a spot to move up in towards that PMGC as well. So I think Titan is also going to be one of those teams to really watch today.
Oh, absolutely. But just look at those damage numbers there. Both from POWR, GEEKAY, and R8 Esports. I mean, we're looking at 10k plus for Al-Hajj.
Yeah.
Terminator much? Come on, just it's crazy. But that zone now is going to be favoring the main island. As you can see, OOREDOO Thunders, their time will be limited. Unfortunately, this is going to force them to consider a bit of that rotation action sooner rather than later. And we can already see the dash for that bridge line is happening. CONQUEROR Iraq also have moved on into the center, so they might just be able to miss each other.
Well, they might, right? But big might. We don't know just yet. I mean, there's not a lot of space, and we've got quite a few teams looking to get themselves situated within the space here. But of course, as we look down towards that coastal line, it's going to be the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq now, getting themselves prepped and ready to roll through with a little bit of that thunder action.
Oh yes, this is what we love to see. Now, an opportunity, as we know, just the sheer number of teams that we're going to see just in and around Pochinki is going to provide some very interesting opportunities here. We know a little bit of action towards Pochinki is always a little bit crazy, but for the rest of the teams, they also need to now find a good situation, a good opportunity, and line of sight into the action. CONQUEROR Iraq pulling up right alongside Seoul Esports now, and this could get heated depending on if they want to go for this right now.
I think they might want to, right? I mean, looking at Kalagat now, just doing the due diligence, trying to find that opportunity. We see the rest of the team now from CONQUEROR also starting to just fortify this current ridge line. But again, the players here from Seoul Esports, they're holding on to quite a substantial amount of hard cover. So it is going to be a little bit of hard work for CONQUEROR Iraq if they choose to push in here and, you know, contend for that positioning. But instead, it does seem like they're trying to keep their options open, right? Not fully committing to the compound, and instead, they're just trying to play the land.
I like to see it. So again, there's good advantages and disadvantages of taking these early engagements. Now, if you jump on into the action sooner rather than later with all of these rotating teams, you make yourself a target. But also, if you wait too long, you might be missing those sweet opportunities to build those foundations for your points later on. As you take a look at the rest of the teams, they also have to make a very similar decision. We can see 1 million just keeping an eye out on R8 Esports. As we know, they normally take those northern Georgia Pool containers locations. They did do exactly that this time around, and now they need to take their rotation through whether or not they're going to head a little bit closer to where Prestige is currently holding up, or maybe opt for that bridge line into, you know, a little bit of Sunken City, maybe a little bit of Rozhok. That's going to be up to them. I think for now, it is just looking for that information.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, it is going to be just an information gathering session, right? Looking to see where the other teams are situated, how best to maybe approach these situations. And that seems definitely what Lazy Boy is getting up to here, you know, just scouting around, waiting to see where Escaton is going to be going before making any decisive maneuvers. But, I mean, R8, we've been seeing quite a substantial performance coming through from them, right? Not only have they been able to uphold a pretty consistent amount of placement points, but also they just keep the pressure up all the way through.
We love to see it. Again, just bringing in that action, even on the last day. After all of these maps, after the respective PMPLs moving on into the MEA champs, and these teams still have ways to surprise us. They still have just some crazy energy that they are looking to bring on in. But that zone is going to be taking a lovely little bit of a shift there over towards the western side. So Gatka, just that western portion of Pochinki, now in play, and now the teams, once again, back in the vehicles, start making a dash.
Yeah, when it comes to zone options, the west is best, right? Whether that's true or not, we don't know, but it just rhymes, so sure, let's go for it. But we are seeing the players there from 1 million now moving quite aggressively in the direction of GEEKAY, so there could be that extra bit of excitement now coming towards that Gatka territory, but I'm loving the angles being held here by Twisted. Yes, it does seem like Smoker maybe took a little bit of a quick break there. I mean, not the most opportune moment to do that, but, you know, it is what it is, c'est la vie, no? But I'm loving the fact that we are towards chopsticks, right? That is going to result in some pretty spicy play, because we've got several points on this map which really forces these teams to play as much of a calculated game as they can. Chopsticks being one of those positions. The other ones we saw yesterday, and quite a bit of it, down towards the southern position. So I'm loving the kind of shift up that we have happening.
Absolutely. So now the dash into the zone has to happen here, and that means we're obviously going to have a lot of teams rubbing shoulders and just saying hello, how do you do, as they do find their respective opportunities. Power over here just in the vicinity of CONQUEROR Iraq and NIGMA Galaxy. We've got Titans just behind them taking a dash even closer towards Twisted Minds. OOREDOO Thunder's now continuing the action towards Seoul Esports. So a few great eliminations here, and immediate confirmations even. I mean, there we go. YC out for the count. So it's at least been those 3 eliminations, but it's going to get heated much sooner rather than later here, DK.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not going to be shying away from that heat. We want the heat, right? It's summer in the southern half, So let's see what's going to be coming through here as we now look on as the players from POWR still continuing with a little bit of a rain down of chaos, looking to see if they can hit those shots. And also then, we did see the players there from Kurdistan also applying a bit of pressure up in towards Pachinki. But again, here are those shots coming up into Weiss as they bid their farewells. But now Al-Hajj, aka the Terminator, looking for a bit of a position to find onto Rio, and they do exactly that. A slow, steady tap with the Groza.
Ooh, tap, tap, tap away. Conqueror Iraq are just like, come on, we just took the dash on into the zone. We just took a dash on in, and now we have to double on back. No opportunity though, as Al-Hajj is just happy to get those confirmations. Just absolutely pinpoint accurate. Nigma Galaxy in the meanwhile are getting a few visitors through their well, I guess their yard as it currently stands, and they need to stand their ground now.
Oh my lord, here comes the hits, the shots just raining down. Nigma Galaxy definitely trying to get at least this current position they find themselves in under lockdown, right? That is quite an interesting one, close to center zone. We now wait in anticipation to see where this next shift is going to be taking everybody, and it does now shift in favor of the players there from GEEKAY. So Santa and the rest of the crew are going to be very happy with their current positioning, but that is of course going to be forcing the teams on these outlying regions to really work so hard and try and kind of line up a good rotational path to get themselves situated back in towards that zone.
As we take a look at this, of course, Nigma Galaxy still just recovering, making sure that they are riding on high, ready for the next potential team that's going to be just taking a dash through their territory. As you can see, quite an interesting shift from these teams now. A lot of teams out towards the outskirts. We have a very few handful. They're just situated in center, like GEEKAY Esports, as we can see on the map feed there. Ultimately, it is Titans that is going to be the second team closest to that, and over towards the northwestern side, we have a little bit of action, and right in front of our screens, we have a bit more. Already Thunders making a dash right past Titans.
Oh, but look at that. Axon now trying to get these shots locked in. Spots the opportunity on towards OOREDOO Thunder. The confirmation has come through from Kante though. So again, those third-party plays definitely being out of hand here. As you can see, teams trying to play as much of this position. POWR holding on to that very edge. Titan, they've decided to move up a little bit more decisively towards center zone. But now finding out just how difficult it is to get that position under lockdown.
Oh, let's bring the action. We can take a look at that southeastern rotation now. It is absolutely just stacked with teams after teams. Even over towards the more eastern side, closer to that northern side, we've got Falcons and Virtual Gaming now. Falcons having to make that dash into the zone. We can see Falcons out of their cars. They are sitting and they are waiting for this potential containment, waiting for an opportunity to pick up some great eliminations. With for Kurdistan now making a similar approach. We'll have to keep an eye out on that to see what's going to happen there, as the recoveries now need to happen for Kurdistan.
Yeah, they definitely have to rather try and patch that up. As we can know, they do have a bit of an opportunity here to get that reset in. But there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through once Virtual Gaming and the players then from Falcons start to descend down in towards that zone. And of course, looking at just slightly south of their position, you can see quite a bit of contention now starting to come through there, right? Because the players from UMBRA, we've got NASR, we've got Slime, all still fighting for a bit of a possession towards that southeastern side. But up north, it's going to be the players there from Virtual Gaming meeting their demise as Falcons come through with quite a bit of aggression.
Oh, bring in the action already. 15 teams now. Finally, we have the first team, but it's not going to stop just yet. We've got a few more teams that are looking to pick up those crazy eliminations. UMBRA so close to Slime 4KT here, just around the edge. We can see them trying to sneak on up, doing those in-the-air punches just to make sure that they're as sneaky and quiet as they possibly can. But of course, it's not going to stop. We've got Groza very close in an opportunity maybe to, do a little bit of third-party action, just pick up an elimination here and there.
Well, we have to wait and see whether or not those eliminations are going to be on the board for them. But now, in the meantime, it is going to be the players there from UMBRA holding on to a little bit of that elevation just above the side of Slime 4KT. But now, as we wait in anticipation to see where this next zone is going to be going, so many different positions could still be at play here. That zone could swing in either which way, but wherever it does decide to go, the team finding themselves centered like the players here from OOREDOO Thunder could now be facing quite a bit of a challenge, as we will have that mass migration of insanity heading up in their direction.
As you take a look at this, UMBRA now looking for that trigger onto Slime 4KT. You're going to be finding one. Storm is down so low, and Bronzo just trying to get a flanking position to see if they can help out.
Ooh, up comes the nades getting sent across. It is going to be Morteza trying to find a bit of an opportunity here, but Storm quickly trying to patch that health bar back on Pronto, at least securing the edge of that zone, but up comes that rush now, the pressure building. You can see Morteza finds a bit of an angle there, but oh, they get hit as well. Great response coming through, and quite a bit of a contentious position being held here as the players there from POWR just move in from that southern edge, alleviating a little bit of that pressure that Storm and Slime were experiencing, but as we know, Slime had to pack up their bags and head on back to that lobby. Now, it is going to be for Kurdistan and UMBRA getting ready to continue the altercation towards the edge of zone here, but it's going to be Gary Boy taking so much damage, and look at the reach being applied there by the players from POWR.
Oh, bring it. Come on. This is the action we need for a finals day. Now, there's just a little bit more action. There's just a little bit more opportunity here for UMBRA to move on forward. They have to go through for Kurdistan if they want to get themselves in the zone. And it looks like that's the confirmation. Out they are. But for Kurdistan, they are still looking towards Falcons. And bam, what is happening? These teams are literally just dropping one by one.
Yeah, and this is now that pressure cooker play, right? It is going to be R8 Bandar out in the blue zone, looking on as the players there from 1 million get ready to just scoot themselves back into zone. But they are facing quite a bit of a challenge here, as we can see players there from GEEKAY and Titan Gaming just welcoming them in with open barrels and some iron sights. But now Lazy Boy getting spotted out, and down he goes. A near instant takedown. Players there from NIGMA Galaxy keeping it super contentious. But now, look at Ragnar, right? He's got that Mini 14 at the ready, just scoping through the area, ensuring that they could maybe secure a few opportunities here. But let's see. OOREDOO Thunder still looking quite substantial in towards that center zone, not really having to face off against so many other teams just yet.
I mean, if you look over towards the south, we've got POWR Esports. They are literally riding high here with 8 eliminations, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Meanwhile, Bandar out into the blue, trying to heal on up and survive these crazy blue juice layers. At the moment, it is going to be a dash. I don't even know if they're going to be able to make it, because right up ahead of them, as we can see, it's GEEKAY Esports that will be looking out for any few stragglers that are trying to make their way in.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be super likely that we could see Bandar making it up in towards zone. Who knows? Maybe they could surprise us, but the answer is going to be no, as the blue zone gets the better of them. We're down to our final 8 teams. Of course, R8 getting sent out in that 9th position. But now, it's going to be NASR holding up alongside the players here from for Kurdistan. It is going to be Legend with an absolute beast of a weapon in his hands. And now, they'll be looking on as there could be a few angles now to try and swing that weapon into the right direction. But let's see what's going to be happening here. Twisted Minds also try to secure themselves a position coming through from that southern edge. But NASR will have their vehicle being blown up as the players there from Kurdistan just ascends down with an absolute rain of terror. But now POWR facing off against Twisted Minds. It is going to be a beautiful exchange of the utilities getting sent back and forth. Kante, of course, are trying to steal the fate, locking in that knock. And now POWR, rather Twisted Minds, down to only Ragnarok.
Oh, the action just keeps on building, but at least Fadan will be joining Ragnarok. But again, it's not going to make it any easier for them, looking at the position they're coming through, and all of this happening right alongside Titans. You can see Kante just alongside Anas looking for any sort of confirmations. GEEKAY now being sent back into the lobby. We're down to only 6 teams as for Kurdistan moves on into OOREDOO Thunder's actual vicinity.
Oh, and this could be that opportunity, right? Let's see whether or not Titans are going to be looking to continue on with the domination. Only 1 point with regards to eliminations behind where POWR finds himself, but POWR now moving up towards 11. NIGMA Galaxy now sitting with still all 4 players up, going to be looking for a bit of an opportunity to get themselves secured in towards the zone. That northern territory could be a potential play for them. But of course, POWR, they've got the southern edge under lockdown, now finding the angles up on towards Axel, looking to get that confirmation, and there it is, Alhaji, the Terminator, stepping on through. It is going to be for Kurdistan. Now, still also trying to get themselves situated back into the safety of the zone, but it's all now down to Golden, who we saw just yesterday taking a very cheeky winner chicken dinner, but now it is going to be NIGMA rather closing on the door for them, at least in this very first Erangel.
Oh, bring the action. So many teams now moving on into that zone, just on the cusp of getting themselves situated. But as we know, there's a few more opportunities. There's a few more competitors they need to get themselves rid of. NIGMA Galaxy making the dash on in from that northern side. And for now, relatively uncontested, at least before OOREDOO Thunders has anything to say about it.
Well, let's see who has the last word, right? Down to our final 4 teams we go. Titans sitting towards the west, POWR towards the south, OOREDOO Thunder on that eastern side, and NIGMA Galaxy locking onto the north. So we have a team in each of our cardinal directions, but where will it go next, of course, as we can see that zone taking a swing, favoring the players from Titan Gaming. But again, this is where the pressure is on, right? There's only so many positions for them to try and utilize, but now they're going to have to make the magic happen. NIGMA Galaxy going to try and find the angles as well, but first they need to try and focus their efforts on getting themselves situated back in towards the zone. Hamgo going to be fishing for those hit markers out in the smoke, but look at Lord now inching their way on forward. Oh, that grass moving a little bit too much. They've been spotted, and that is going to be the hit. The confirmation coming through there from D7. Lord is going to be following suit, and now it's all down to Freak.
Oh, come on, come on. Just look for those final hit markers. It's going to be POWR now under, well, quite potentially, literally the flames, thanks to Hamko sending through those mollies, looking for the connections. Again, there's only a handful of POWR players that are just on the edge of that zone. Meanwhile, Titans, look how comfortable they are, other than the fire around them. We'll ignore that for now. They have that position in zone. They have that opportunity. They have that hard cover. They are just looking to take out their competitors.
Well, there's not a lot more to take out, right? As we can see, there's only 9 players left in this match, and it's going to come down to the wire. Who will be able to step up and secure that final push of victory, right? As we know, it is absolutely insane looking at what these players are looking to accomplish here. And now, it is going to be OOREDOO Thunder getting taken out on that very edge of zone. It is Titans already sitting on 12 eliminations. POWR sitting on 16. So either which way, there could be a 30 bomb that is about to drop on our very first match of this last day. Now, who better to face off other than Titan and POWR Esports? What a play this is going to be.
Oh, the snake in the grass. They're going to be moving on in, looking for those opportunities. The Terminator himself, Al-Hajj, looking for that flanking opportunity. Kante giving the information up. They don't see him. They don't know where they are. But they will be able to potentially just spot out those pixels and relay that information. Then we could be seeing the executions coming on through. But what a shot from Puncher. I mean, Al-Hajj just down to a sliver of HP.
That's scary, though. That is absolutely scary. And here we have it, right? POWR trying to get themselves positioned up in towards the zone. I mean, at this point, we don't see anybody holding onto the zone. Not that it matters. It's all going to come down to those fastest fingers first. And now it's going to be Teak looking to just ban out a little bit there. The ban getting close, but not reaching exactly on towards Kante. We can see it just lying there. But what is Kante now going to do about that? Al-Hajj instead going to be patching up that health bar. It's going to be Aziz to find a bit of an opportunity here, but definitely the players from POWR Esports have the controlling numbers, right? And as we've seen, both these teams are quite formidable forces. Al-Hajj is still up and kicking, so there could be quite a bit of kicking to come on through. Of course, now those mollies are going to be sent in the direction here of Titan Gaming, but this is going to be quite an essential play for Titan, right? They are the team that are in the most need between these two for those extra few points.
Absolutely. They're looking to close the gap. They're looking to put themselves firmly within the top 3 placements here to get those PMGC slots, but now it has to happen. It has to happen here, DK.
Oh, this is that opportunity. Oh, and it is going to be none other than POWR Esports to take that winner chicken dinner just out of the clutches of the players from Titan Gaming. But we were asking for POWR Esports to step up and show us what they've got. And as they rose to the occasion.
Finally, they get themselves their winner chicken dinner on the last day, but the first map of the day. So at least there's a few more opportunities for a few other teams to make some fantastic surprises. And what a way to get your first winner chicken dinner. I mean, we were asking for the first 30 bombs. We've gotten 2 so far. Make that a third, and what a beautiful third it is.
Yeah, I mean, POWR just definitely showing that not only can they be quite aggressive, but they can also, when, you know, the RNG allows it, step up and secure themselves a glorious, glorious victory. Of course, Titan Gaming making it quite difficult to ensure that winner chicken dinner, but quite an amazing performance coming through from both these teams. So what a way to kick off our proceedings on this very, very last day. As we know, map number 1 done and dusted. We still have 5 more to go, but of course, we also then have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So much love going out to Monster, but then also we've got that extra little bit for our viewers as well, in the form of the autumnal treasure. So be sure to head in game, because that's where you'll be able to participate. And how you participate is by completing your daily missions to get some pine cones, right? Now, you get the progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees a reward, and all items already drawn will be removed from the prize pool, and they won't be repeated. Now, the UC cost does increase with each draw, and the autumnal treasure voucher can be used in this event at their specified UC values. And the event rewards are, of course, then sent via mail in-game, so be sure to remember to collect those. And, well, speaking about collecting them, let's take a look at our amazing highlights. Well, some pretty insane plays coming through there once again. But what an exciting way to kick off our very, very last day. Is any particular performance that stood out for you in this last game?
Look, it's really going to come down to the overall energy that these teams have been bringing in. I love the fact that we were seeing NIGMA Galaxies going toe to toe there with Slime4 KT, bringing in a little bit of those action points. Of course, POWR. I mean, what more can we say about POWR? What more can we say about Al Hajj? Just bringing in some ridiculous eliminations. But ultimately, let's go take a look at those match rankings to see just how ridiculous they absolutely were on our first Erangel of the day. Oh, 32. 32.
Yeah, that's overpowering, right? Definitely. That is the opportune use of that amazing pun, and it's just as amazing as this team is, right? 17 eliminations, culminating in 32 total points. I mean, they went over and above, not just only blessing us with a 30 bomb, but they did that with an extra bit of zhoosh in there as well. So absolutely amazing. But of course, Titan Gaming securing that second position, coming in with 12 eliminations alongside their 12 placement points, putting them on a grand total of 24 points. So this is the kind of play that you want to see from these teams come in, right? Making it so contentious all the way through.
Oh, we love to see it. Just such a beautiful amount of points that these teams will be adding. Of course, for POWR, it means that they should be taking over, OOREDOO Esports in their current position, so they won't be twinning anymore. But for Titans, it means catching up, closing that gap between themselves and that first and second slot on the overall rankings. But as we take a look at that second page, we need to see how the rest of the distribution went. If we finished off on 5 on the first page, we should expect a few trips to the bakery, unfortunately for a few teams, but as we know, it's only one map. We still have 5 more, DK. There's still 5 more opportunities.
Yeah, still 5 more opportunities indeed. But I mean, this is you want to avoid the bakery as much as you can, especially in our final day, right? But as we know, as you've said, and we've said this many times already, still 5 opportunities remain, right? Next up is going to be over towards Miramar to see what the teams are going to be dealing with over in the desert. But first up, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back in a short few moments.
I'm designed, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back to the very last day, the final day, right here, the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East Africa Championship. Of course, quite a bit of excitement already coming through in our very first match of the day. But of course, speaking about excitement and things, right, we are going to be looking on to see what the rest of the teams are going to be doing as we now progress in towards match number 2. Of course, we are heading into none other than Miramar. And we've seen in the first 2 days that Slime 4KT were the team to step up and lock in that first winner chicken dinner over Miramar. Yesterday, that of course changed up entirely with the players there from R8 actually rising to the occasion and dethroning Slime. But we also had a little bit of a different change, right? We had an Africa team take the very first winner chicken dinner. But now, let's take a look and see what the overall point situation is after this very first match. And of course, it is going to be POWR Esports now just locking in an even more dominating position at the top of the log.
Oh, look at that one. 130 eliminations. No, that is just ridiculous. But as we take a look at the rest of the teams, of course, it's R8 Esports leading with a few fantastic opportunities for themselves. They are currently now just unfortunately losing out to their placement point lead. But it is a very close and contentious opportunity here between the first and second current placements. Again, Titan Gaming, with those fantastic points that they've just allocated to themselves from the previous map, they are looking to potentially take over R8 Esports. I mean, they even have the similar colors, you know, so they're looking just to swap places here. But as we take a look at the rest of the page, it is still very close. I mean, if we jump between, you know, third and fourth, it's 3 points. If we jump between fifth and sixth, it's 1 point. I mean, come on. Twisted Minds just 4 points above for Kurdistan. And I mean, it's a similar suit as we take through into the rest of the page. So really good opportunity, DK. I need to just see these pushes coming through from these teams.
Yeah, I do think we are going to be seeing a little bit more of that pushing come through. I mean, I'm pretty sure all the jitters have been sorted out, at least with regards to the nerves, right? Now, as we jump into that second page, we get to see what the situation is as we continue onwards. Of course, it was 141 points for the 8th place. It's still Slime sitting up in 9th, right? And 138. So only 3 points to get to 141. So there's still a great opportunity for either of our teams sitting on towards the second page to make that jump. But with that, I'm focusing that more specifically towards Slime, Conqueror Iraq, and 1 million.
Yeah. I mean, that's also where I'm looking at in terms of them closing the gap, getting up to, I mean, as you know, it's I would say like a 200-point marker would really put yourself at the end of the day in a fantastic position in terms of those top placements, in terms of getting yourself into a PMGC slot. But it is a lot of work. As we know, Conqueror Iraq, they picked up those 81 points yesterday that really catapulted them all the way from 16th up into this 11 to 12 position. Now, they have to do something very similar if they want to get themselves into a PMGC slot. It's a lot to ask from these teams, but we know for a fact that it is possible.
Yeah, well, as we know, there's only 3 slots available, right? So with having one of our PMGC qualified teams already sitting in the top half of that leaderboard, it does mean it does allow a few opportunities for the teams surrounding them potentially, but still a lot of work for these teams to try and secure those points all the way through and get that PMT slot to come through with it as well. But as we know, we are going to be moving over into a little bit of that desert action. As I've said already, I almost asked myself that question, but then I realized I've already made the comment that we're going to be happy with whatever the flight path throws our way today. So without any further delay, let's hop straight on through to see what exactly that flight path is going to be bringing. Of course, we see the lovely Al Azhar down below as we are moving further and further afield. But of course, that means then that we are, of course, coming through from that eastern side, heading right down to Val del Mar. And this is where, especially where the flight path is ending, I'm pretty sure Titan Gaming will be quite satisfied with the opportunity they have.
Absolutely, they have that opportunity just to jump into their favorite locations. So I mean, I'm looking towards Val del Mar, I'm looking towards a little bit of that Los Higos action, maybe even closer to Minas del Val if they want to take that a little bit of a different rotation. We did see on the first day we had some action there towards Chumacera and Minas del Val specifically, but more from 1 million, and I think it was Virtual Gaming. So we'll have to wait and see if they'll be opting in for their alternative drop sites, potentially over towards Puerto Paraíso in 1 million's current position. But no, it looks like they're actually heading towards a little bit of Cruz del Val. So very opposite drop for them. We saw a little bit of that yesterday, and now we have to just wait and see if the other teams will be taking a few surprises.
Yeah, today is opposites day, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So POWR already getting themselves situated up in towards the lovely Al Azhar. But still, quite a few opportunities remains as the teams can pretty much go wherever they want, but within the limitations of where that zone is going to be taking them. And Virtual Gaming, they find themselves starting off in a really great position, right? Up in towards Chumasera, smack dab center zone. So they can go about their looting phase quite comfortably, right? Not having to worry about anyone potentially contesting them for that position just now.
Oh, this zone, this absolutely ridiculous zone. So, we've been waiting for at least I have been waiting for a little bit of that Chumasera action. I love when I see those Chumasera zones just because of the terrain. It's so contentious. There's so many, nooks and crannies these teams can be hiding in. It is quite a difficult terrain to actually traverse as well. So it forces a few of those earlier rotations, and it forces the teams to make some very calculated decisions when they should and when they shouldn't actually take those engagements. So the strategy you need to bring into the southern portion of Miramar, it gets so good for final zone fights. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah. It is definitely going to be a good one, right? So, but let's see just how good it is going to be. Slime and for Kurdistan in a bit of an opportunity here. Pronto now getting ready for a little bit of that action. Storm also looking to just evade the vehicle. Oh, Anaconda getting so close. Let's see whether or not Storm can dip, dive, duck, dodge, and just weave their way on through around this vehicle. I mean, Anaconda really wanting to get that knock, but up comes Koa with a little bit of that assistance, and it's going to be a hasty retreat, It's going to be Anaconda's like, you know what, it was fun, but maybe I'll go look for some weapons now.
I saw exactly what happened. There was a DBS, there was a UMP, and they knew the danger was around the corner, and they said, no, not worth it. Not worth it that's whatsoever. So absolutely go and regroup, get those loots on up, get the numbers back into contention. Safety in numbers, as we always say. So as you take rotations through here, Slime for KT at least ensuring that they have taken a stand. This is their territory, this is their valley. Don't come close to them. But now it needs to go even further. They need to get themselves situated into a few compounds and continue some great looting opportunities here. As we were talking about those interesting rotations, I'm looking towards NASR. They have a very split up approach there between themselves and Impala. This time, they're completely left to their own devices towards Impala, so they're very split up right now. I mean, we even have, I believe that's Miracle, fairly close towards Los Leones, keeping an eye out there towards OOREDOO Thunders and Seoul Esports with a little bit of information for maybe later. Maybe, maybe they might jump into that a little bit later on. But it provides them an opportunity that as individuals, they are so spread out. They get, each a little set of compounds to themselves to get themselves looted up. And that means they should be set up as quickly as possible to get themselves situated for that next phase.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there is probably a good approach to taking that extra little bit of a spread, right? Because we actually see several teams adopting that spread. So it does make sense. You're not having to fight with your own teammate over loot. It's like, oh, that's my M4. No, that's my M4, right? Everybody gets an M4. It sounds like a familiar show. But either which way, the team's now looking to get themselves sorted, at least with regards to this early stage. But we do, however, then also have the players from UMBRA venturing a little bit closer towards Alpha Luigi and the rest here of Virtual Gaming.
Oh, surprise. Looking up just to step up and get a few potential early eliminations. I love to see it. Alpha Luigi just applying the pressure, looking for something. But we're waiting to see if those connections will come on through. And for now, it just seems like Shadowin will be making that rotation into, as we know, the safety in numbers. The regroup has to come through. And Alpha Luigi, again, very split up from the rest of the team. They're all doing a similar approach to what NASR are doing, getting themselves nicely spread out, getting themselves loot as much as they possibly can. But that does mean that if there is an engagement that's going to happen now, they're not going to be quite ready with that, with a very quick response in order to back up their teammates.
Yeah, and that backup is going to be absolutely essential, right? As we know, it's all good and great pushing up as an individual. We've seen some pretty impressive solo plays come through. But at this point in the game, early on, yeah, you don't necessarily want to try and capitalize on that just yet. It is, however, then going to be the players then also here from Falcons looking to move in towards San Martin alongside the players here from R8 Esports, and Never Alone knows that they are never alone. Doing the due diligence, just doing a little bit of a scouting here and seeing if they can maybe find a bit of an opportunity now on towards SK Ton.
Oh, and SK Sun was so crazy yesterday, picking up those 17 eliminations for R8. So now, to be able to take a player like that off the board would be absolutely prime. You can see just one little nade, one little connection could mean the end. So hopefully those medkits will be popping off soon. Never Alone is going to be sending out the nade late, just in time for SK Sun to take another hit. But again, I mean, you're going from 10 HP to 10 HP to 0 HP as it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, once the shots connecting up, right, there's it's quite challenging to get away, as the lead is almost magnetic, right? But you know what? Let's see exactly what the players here from R8 are going to be doing. As we do have a little bit of a wrap around play coming through from Falcons, right? We've got Powerful and Damar now moving towards that southern edge, really trying to play a bit of that defensive position. That could, of course, be absolutely amazing should they find the opportunity to utilize the strategy.
Absolutely. So, hey, massive opportunity still for these teams. Again, in R8's current position, yes, they've lost one, but we've seen teams do crazy things just with 3 players, even just with 2 players. I mean, we had Rauf as a solo getting a 3K with a single nade, so always going to be opportunities. As we can take a look at R8 now trying to make their dash across. Falcons just applying a little bit of pressure, giving them a little bit of a warm welcome. You know, DK, just like a pat on the back. Not the pat on the back they were expecting, but it's a pat on the back.
It's more like a, yeah, okay, sure. Pat on the back, right? Yeah, let's go with it because
a pat on the back of their car that's leaving bullet holes, but it's still a pat.
Yeah,
you know?
something like that, right? I'll just try and patch it up from here, and of course, as we now look on back to center zone, it's gonna be Virtual Gaming still holding strong with the players there from For Kurdistan. You know, trying to find a little bit of a weakness in the side of Virtual Gaming, but Gaddafi and Zeus are going to be looking for a little bit of a quick reposition here while Legend comes through with a nice slow steady tap, but he tap, and I mean, for Kurdistan, as we know, they really showed their mettle with that first winner chicken dinner coming through, but we are looking to see even more of that extra spice for the side here of the players from For Kurdistan. We know they're already sitting on 2 winner chicken dinners, so who knows? Maybe they might be able to secure a potential 3rd one somewhere along the line.
I mean, in For Kurdistan's current position, right, they're holding one of those northern lines, so they're going to be one of the first teams to really welcome the rest of the rotations coming through from the north, or from the west, or from the northeast side, I'll say. So because of that, they need to ensure that their defensive line is absolutely pinpoint accurate, absolutely precise and perfect, because as soon as they let slip, as soon as they give that opportunity away, it is going to be chaos for them. For Seoul Esports, as we can see, they're starting to feel the heat just coming through from that southeastern portion, and they need to finish this one up, because NASR, 1 million, they're all going to be following suit here.
Yeah, definitely going to be quite a bit of a contentious play here, but now it is going to be Hope trying to find it, and there's no need to try even as they get that hit up in towards Omar, and now it turns to Hemo and Weiss to see if they can find these angles and maybe just deal with the pressure being brought through by GEEKAY Esports. But the nades could be taunted here as Hope tries to see who's going to flinch, and Hemo waiting quite steadily to see if that opportunity will present itself, of course. But Tika grabs our very first loot crate there, so well done. Nice little bit of an upgrade on the kit, but let's see what is going to come through from GEEKAY as they try to play the opportunity. The elimination comes through as Miracle steals it away, and this couldn't be more of a cue for GEEKAY and Soul now to apply the pressure, but look at that Miracle yet again with another knock.
Again, like we said, both of these teams, they needed to get that answer sooner rather than later because of those rotations that are coming in. NASR are going to be one of the first 2 teams to actually make this approach, but we know 1 million, not far off. They're a little bit more towards the southern position, but they can move on into this territory as well. YC now making that dash out of here as the last remaining player here for Seoul Esports. They need to keep the dream alive. For GEEKAY, they are looking to get themselves out. For now, hopefully NASR will be moving on up, giving them that space that they need to move. Otherwise, it's going to be a fight to get themselves out of this control.
Yeah, but we want to see these fights, right? We want to see the teams really having to work. And of course, now as we look back to Santa, we can see those hits coming through on towards Seoul Esports. But now up comes Gafe and the rest looking for a bit of that continuation in towards the center zone. Nice territory that they're moving into. I'm loving the elevation that they've got to work with here, right? Provides them a little bit of that rich coverage, but also great positioning. Now, as we look back onto the north, it is going to be Slime 4KT and Falcons getting ever closer.
Take a look at this Koa applying a little bit of an opportunity, a little bit of pressure, but there's no connections. We see Alpha Luigi now finding Morteza in with those rotations, so that is going to be an interesting one here for Virtual Gaming, of course. Let's see if they can take it further, but Falcons now, as we know, keeping their heads on a swivel here, coming through from that northern side. They knew that they had a few teams taking a similar rotation. Slime 4KT, of course, just up a little bit further. They should be avoiding one another for the time being. Meanwhile, UMBRA, they have an interesting opportunity here, DK, because coming through from that northeastern side, as we can see on the minimap right now, there's no one that's going to be joining them behind them. It's only really Conqueror Iraq that is a current threat.
So there could be quite a bit of that extra excitement coming through. But I mean, speaking about excitement, right? Look at that southern edge, though. I mean, it's NASR 1 million soul power, all just rotating their way on through, and that zone is about to reveal itself, and it moves in favor of UMBRA up towards the north. But Conqueror Iraq also still holding on to quite a bit of a competitive position here. So let's see whether either of these two teams can really leverage those angles.
Ooh. Zone. Always going to be providing such an interesting opportunity here for these teams. These southern rotations will be stacked. I agree with you. That southern portion is just looking so ridiculous. And I mean, equally ridiculous. No surprises. We see Al Hajja in the feed currently doing his thing, looking for a little bit more. But this is now where that heat starts to build. This is now where that fire is going to start crackling, because we've got so many teams in such close contention. I mean, look at this pathing that 1 million and Titans are taking between OOREDOO Thunders and Twisted Minds.
Oh, up comes the hit now. It is going to be NIGMA Galaxy looking to maybe sneak in a bit of damage there, but for Kurdistan up ahead, Anas really needs to be super careful as to how far they push on forward. But yes, now is that continuation opportunity, right? NIGMA 1 million. It is GEEKAY, it is OOREDOO Thunder, it is for Kurdistan's Virtual Gaming. Everybody now just positioned towards this western side of zone. And it's going to be the plays here from Twisted Minds looking to get it under lockdown. But a quick shot coming through there, as we can see. Oh my goodness! What a head indeed. Third-party action all over the place.
Ooh, yes. This is what we want. We want to see that fire now build. We want to see the action go absolutely crazy as these teams are cooking up a beautiful concoction here for those final zones. We can see quite a little bit of opportunity here for Twisted Minds. They've obviously been focusing here towards NIGMA Galaxy, but as we know, we have Virtual Gaming. We have a little bit of that 1 million action in the vicinity as well for someone to, get involved. And now we can see for Kurdistan making their approach from that northwestern portion. This is going to be a very interesting engagement here, DK. Twisted Minds within the ditches, now having to deal with two potential teams over and above NIGMA Galaxy, just, chiming on in, getting a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, NIGMA Galaxy just, shouting from a distance, like, you know what, you're a bit in the open, let me just help you there. Sending those hits on through, but I'm waiting to see what for Kurdistan are going to be doing, right? Are they going to be looking to capitalize on the opportunity towards Twisted Minds, potentially even the place there from 1 million? But as we look a little bit further on towards our eastern edge, right, it is going to be the players here from POWR finding a potential play towards Weiss, and from what we can see, Weiss is going to be the final remaining hopeful for the side of Seoul Esports. So Weiss is just going to try and keep it nice and quiet for as long as they can manage. But looking at UMBRA's position smacked up center zone, they haven't moved anywhere, right? But they also have not yet been contested for that position. Instead, the teams on their proceeding way towards that zone are, getting into a bit of an interruption. They are bumping heads along the way.
Absolutely. Did you see Al Hajj's eliminations just there for like a quick second? Is he like 30 eliminations ahead of the rest?
I stopped counting, honestly. I stopped looking also because it's scary.
It looked like 30. It looked like literally 30 eliminations ahead of the rest. please just change your name. If you ever do watch this back, Alhaji, we are begging you, please change your name to the Terminator because there's no better name that suits you, honestly. As we take a look now at the rest of the teams making these rotations up into the south, it's just, I had to beg. You know, if it's there,
Yeah.
it needs to be there.
Well, I mean, even if it's just for 5 minutes, right? It doesn't
Yeah,
need
just
to be
5
permanent.
minutes.
But just
Send
send us the picture. Just take a picture and
screenshot, send it to us, please.
Yes.
We need it. It can only happen. But of course, the rest of the teams now having to make the rotation for Kurdistan just behind Slime 4KT. And oh, look at this R8. They're in a little bit of fire here.
A little bit of fire. I mean, I'd beg that. I think maybe it's even more as we can see vehicle explosions all over the place. It is going to be R8 now. Oh, also feeling that pressure as we can see the players there now, of course, from the side of for Kurdistan. Also looking to move a little bit closer. Senkei out in the open alongside the players there from Twisted Minds. We can see just up on the hillside with the rest of the team. But there's quite a bit of pressure being applied on towards 1 million. Senkei, of course, are getting knocked on down. It turns to Venom. Cooking up a nade, sending it out, trying to find a bit of an opportunity here. But it is going to be that absolute carnage not coming through as Twisted Minds look to find the opportunity. Ragnarok getting a little bit cheeky with that party bus, looking for an opportunity, but not finding it just yet. And now, oh, where's it gonna go next? Of course, the players there from 1 million. Our first squad gets sent back to the lobby for Kurdistan. Still gonna be continuing with the pressure on towards Slime 4KT.
Oh, those nades being cooked on up, getting sent on through. Will they make the connection though? Koa going to be doing a similar fashion. Darwi should be receiving their package shortly. Unfortunately, no connection. Either way, these teams are looking to close that gap. Slime 4KT, they are looking to circle Darwi in their current position.
Well, let's see where this one's gonna go. Darwi finds the angle. That is gonna be the knock to come straight on towards Plaza, and that is also then the confirmation. No hope indeed, but Storm also gets taken right on down. And this is going to be for Kurdistan, applying quite a bit of pressure, but Slime finding themselves in a much less than favorable kind of setup, right? Yes, at least we see Koa and Bronzo held up within the hard cover. But once they move out, once they venture forward, it is going to be opening them up to even more teams and more potential carnage. So they need to be super careful with how they look to play this.
All right. Let's get this red. Oh, let's get this set on up golden. Beautiful connection on Koa. Now an opportunity to take it further. The trigger has to be there. They've got one. They need to find more.
Oh, come on. This could be that. This could be exactly that opportunity. Pronto gets spotted. The shots come in, and Pronto now just focusing on getting forward. But up comes the hit as Anaconda takes down the final player there. Now it is all down to the players here from OOREDOO Thunder on the southern edge to contest alongside GEEKAY, but GEEKAY looking to get the aggression in their favor. Oh, that is going to be Ragnar with a beautiful hit. Also then gets taken on down. Up comes Santa looking to bring that goodies on forward. Gaith also getting downed. And now there's so much pressure, but it's a 1v1. It is Osama up against Santa. A pretty crazy altercation so far. Up comes the Mollies. Who is going to be the one to reign supreme? Santa looking for those confirmations, finds Hassan. Now, still, Osama looking to bring their teammates back into contention. But up comes the nade. Someone cooking it up. Could that be the end of the road? Oh, it does find the re-knock on towards Gaith, but Santa narrowly escaping just over the wall.
GEEKAY Esports here, and OOREDOO Thunder's looking and fighting for the opportunity to stay in this one. Osama looking for that space, looking just for that connection, but now those Redders have to pop on through. And that's a little bit of time. Maybe they'll get the space, maybe they won't, but we can see the dash has to be here. Gaith obviously trying to get closing the gap, trying to get that information, but bam, there's the res. Now it is a 2-on-1 scenario. Santa peeks around the corner, and OOREDOO Thunders look to close this out with only a sliver of HP.
Oh, Santa trying to duck this way and that, in and out of the building, rooms all over the place, but up goes the push. Osama on the front line, doing that pre-spray, and with that, it is going to be Santa to get oh-ho-hoed back into the lobby. Now, for Kurdistan looking to push up in towards Twisted Minds. Anaconda looking to go at it once again. We can see those utilities also now getting exchanged, sent back and forth. Anaconda finds their own teammate instead, and there we have it. Anaconda goes right on down, but fortunately for Kurdistan, it's going to be Dawi to be holding onto that position up in towards the zone. Now, Twisted Minds and the Blaze here from Virtual Gaming can look to bring this fight to some form of a conclusion.
Oh, a couple of nades now popping on out as Alpha Luigi tries to close that gap, looking to get involved here with Twisted Minds. But again, they need to keep in mind, there's a lot more teams that they need to be worried about. There's a lot more opportunities. We can see NIGMA Galaxy getting sent on back. We can see a little bit more action there with Conqueror coming through from that northwestern side. Falcons, Titans from the north, everyone just so contested and trying to fight for control.
Well, still quite a bit of fighting to come. As we know, 11 teams remain, 31 players still alive. And no clear line of sight as to who's going to be the team to pick up that winner chicken dinner. But now, Dami is going to be trying to just keep the Blaze here from Virtual Gaming at bay. Trying for a bit of an opportunity here, but look at Gaddafi waiting patiently. Misses the opportunity at first on towards Dami. Dami ducking back into that hard cover. Of course, now inching their way ever closer as the zone is going to be swooping on through. Zeus goes down. Now Dami narrowly escaping that blue zone knockdown. Up comes Gaddafi. Looking to close it up. Up comes Ragnarok. Oh, so much pressure now riding here on Alpha Luigi and Gaddafi.
And they have to set this one up. They have to make a stand. Otherwise, it's going to end all here now for Virtual Gaming. Alpha Luigi looking for that opportunity. Gaddafi looking to find the connection onto Ragnarok. But so far, Twisted Minds, they have been just in the nick of time able to get behind cover and to reset themselves. Now the reload has to come in and the push has to be here.
Oh, that push definitely about to come on through. But let's see, will they be able to secure it though? Oh, that is going to be the end of the road now. For Alpha Luigi, up comes Gaddafi. Oh, gets the hit. Down he goes. Beautiful play. Near instant takedown coming through, but Dami is still trying to deal with the pressure coming through from that zone. Virtual Gaming gets taken on down as Anna slams the door in their face.
Finding that flanking position, finding that opportunity. Al-Haji looking for a similar one. And POWR Esports, I mean, they're only down to 1 elimination currently. They need to step it up. We know what they can do. We know what they're looking for, but they're coming through from that southeastern portion. You can obviously see that they've just spotted our Titans trying to make a dash on into the zone, and they've done so successfully, but they themselves up and exposed them to POWR, who are running those 2-2 splits, now looking and scrambling for those eliminations.
Well, up comes the help now for POWR, right? Could they get that whole situation on peak? Still try position here. Fortunately, the rest of the Titan squad have set up that anchor point further into the zone, but for Kurdistan are going to be the next team to fall as POWR just look to leverage all these positions. Already now, they've got 2 eliminations to them, but Twisted Minds sitting on 12 to their name, saying let's see whether or not Dami can keep it up. The shots coming through, Dami 1 cough away from that lobby. Oh, but there we go. It is going to be Hamco to get taken on down. Dami now presented with an absolutely phenomenal opportunity to get that reset. And of course, the players from POWR just dealing the devastation as the OOREDOO Thunders pack up their bags and go. Now is going to be Teague looking to make a bit of a stand.
And they have to, moving on into this action. We've got Titans rolling around with 3 players. We've got POWR still reigning supreme with their full squad. It's going to be Conqueror Iraq with 2, and Twisted Minds, of course, as we can see, only with 1. Now, in the meantime, POWR Esports, they are looking for central control. Smack bam center zone, waiting for the rest of the teams in the vicinity just to peek their heads and potentially get their heads taken off, as we can wait and see where that zone is going to be favoring.
Well, it does look like the zone could be favoring the teams up towards this northern side. Of course, it takes a bit of a swing towards Conqueror Iraq. And now POWR looking to close up the proceedings behind them, as it is going to be Puncher to just capitalize on that elevation. Finds the angle on towards Aziz. And now, oh, look at this. Groza comes through with the carnage. Hits the shots, and that is going to be the end of the road. Titan Gaming getting sent on their merry way. Now, 3 teams in contention. It is Twisted Minds, it is Conqueror Iraq, and POWR fighting for control. POWR already having that 1 winner chicken dinner secured. Now, could this be on the cards for either Twisted or Conqueror Iraq?
It's going to come down to this timing. Who will be able to find each other first? Of course, Power quickly trying to get that res popped on through. We do have the one here from Twisted Mind, an opportunity for them to again jump on in as a third party, but they need to choose their moment wisely. We know Power, we know Conqueror Iraq, absolutely beautiful performances from them in the past days. So Dami in a very difficult position here. That spread coming through from Power as they are looking to lock down the southern edge. They might be able to spot out Dami. We can see Aziz just on that ridge line.
Yeah, Aziz on the ridge line, but look at Al-Hajj inching forward. Up comes Aziz. Oh! Yeah, Dami getting caught with their eyes focused somewhere else instead of on their ears, right? But unfortunately, that is the way it is. Now, it's going to be Conqueror Iraq with a 2-player force going up against the 3 players left on the side of Power. Al-Hajj on that front line, trying to play out that ridge line, looking for a bit of an opportunity here, just staying well out of reach of these nades. But Al-Hajj now trying to do the due diligence, cooking up the nades. Off they go, trying to clear that ridge. But it's Riva waiting there patiently. Groza also there for enforcements. The molly's being sent across. Oh, what's gonna happen? It is raining fire. Up comes Al-Hajj, also sending out a little bit of that molly action. But now, could this be a back-to-back victory? As we do see, it's Riva getting taken down. Groza, now the final contender, standing between Power and a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner. Groza about to get absolutely overpowered. Up comes the hits, and there we have it. It is Power to lock in yet another winner-winner chicken dinner.
Where was all of this in the last couple of days? Okay, why did they wait till the last possible day to pick up 2 winner-winner chicken dinners back to back when we've just been waiting for them to get 1? We just wanted them to get 1.
You know what? They've been showing their prowess coming through the previous 3 days, right? Starting the day off in 2nd place alongside R8. We had 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. They were like, you know what, it's nice. We can also sit on 200 points, but we don't need chickens. You want to see what it looks like when we get winner-winner chicken dinners? Here you go. Have 2 so far. I mean, all right, that's the first 2 games going straight over to Power. So who knows what will come next? Well, we know at least one thing is that we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. And we'll see you right back in a short few moments.
Design they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces a new gameplay with 8 skills that make matches more exciting and interesting for players. In this video, we'll be introducing the Black Market skill. When players equip the Black Market skill, they'll quickly build a Black Market shop to conveniently purchase items. This makes it easy to purchase items with shop tokens during matches. When a team member uses the Black Market skill, all other team members will be able to purchase items from the Black Market shop. In PUBG Mobile, the importance of supplies cannot be overstated. Black Market is a skill that provides the team with security. For players that are busy moving about in the early stages on Erangel and have no time to purchase items, this is a rather practical skill that allows them to spend the shop tokens they've acquired. It provides them with a stable source of supplies, particularly in the late stage of the game, when the play zone has become much smaller and battles break out frequently. Sometimes, players need to move before they finish looting the battleground, which leads to using up supplies at a much faster rate. In these instances, Black Market can save the whole team from worrying about running out of supplies. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Don't forget to try them out on PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Hi everyone, welcome to this episode of version 2.2 Skill Introduction. Today, let's take a look at Play Zone Analysis. Play Zone Analysis helps players locate the next play zone. The information will also be shared with all members of the team. Take note that there is a limited number of times you can use this skill, so players must master the timing of this skill. Play Zone Analysis can help players quickly reach the play zone to gain the upper hand while avoiding conflicts and ambushes. Play Zone Analysis is highly versatile, especially on a map like Erangel, where players are inclined to avoid battle. This skill is especially suitable for players who prefer to get well equipped before heading into battle. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. The other skills also have unique features. Test different combinations out for yourself. See you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East Africa Championships. I mean, some pretty insane performances we are seeing coming through in this very last day. Match number 1 went to POWR Esports. Match number 2, guess who? POWR Esports, right? Absolutely insane performance coming through here from them. And this is kind of the consistency and the surprises that we were looking for to see in our very last day of action. But of course, as we know, no strangers, no surprises to that. But what is also no stranger is going to be our lovely, amazing sponsor. So big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, you should know by now that we have our autumnal treasure as well. So if you're not sure, head in game and go participate in that as well. And how you participate is through completing your daily missions, right? And through doing that, you get yourself some lovely pine cones. You also get progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees a reward, and items already drawn will be removed from the prize pool, and you will not get repeated. The UC costs increases with each draw, and the autumnal treasure vouchers can be used in this event at their specified UC values. Now, the event rewards are sent via in-game mail. Remember to collect them. And speaking about remembering, let's jump into our highlights. So as we saw there, our team taking their second winner chickens in a fourth day, really looking to just power up a little bit, right? Some very, very satisfying performances coming through right here. But of course, speaking about satisfying, we need to take a bit of a look at our match rankings to see what the point situation is after yet another insane game.
And of course, POWR Esports picking up their second winner chicken dinner in a similar fashion. Not as crazy as the first one, but it's still a fantastic bout of action coming through with those 24 points. Twisted Minds really doing their best to try and catch up, picking up 12 eliminations. Absolutely beautiful performances. And they're going to be happy to add those 22 points to their overall tally. Conqueror, Iraq, OOREDOO Thunders, and Titan Gaming, your last few teams that picked up those double digits, and in a very beautiful fashion, especially towards those final zones. We saw it was absolutely stacked. Look left, look right. In Titan's case, they didn't look right, and bam, there was suddenly a Conqueror Iraq looking to take them out.
Yeah, that's right. And as we know, you have to look both ways, right? But either which way, of course, we can see amazing performance continuing on down as well, right? For Kurdistan locking in those 8 points. Team Falcons, our newly invited PMGC team, as we announced earlier today, of course, coming through with those 6 eliminations, awarding them 7 total points. NASR Esports also then picking up 5 healthy points, but we need to take a look and see what that second page situation is, right? How many points the other teams were able to gather. Of course, R8 Esports picking up 4. We got GEEKAY Esports also then picking up 4, but all of those points coming solely from their eliminations. And the only team making a bit of a pit stop is 1 million.
Just one team making a trip to the donut shop, picking up a lovely set of donuts for themselves. A trio, as we can see, but now there is an opportunity for the rest of the teams going back over towards the greener side of things, over to a little bit of Erangel action. They should be able to close that gap. They should be able to set themselves up quite beautifully.
Yeah, definitely could be, but let's see where they're going to be going as we now head over into our overall rankings. And shouldn't be surprising, but we have the players from POWR Esports now sitting on 256 points, 50 points ahead of R8 Esports, who were tied with them at the start of the day.
I mean, listen, we were talking about being able to pick up, an 80-pointer, in the day, because that can then close you up, maybe from 11th up into the first page. And POWR Esports have nearly picked up that exact amount of points just in 2 maps. They are so close to picking up another crazy set, and boom, they've catapulted themselves up nearly just such an incredible amount. I mean, honestly, I'm speechless when I look at these points. But all right, they still have an opportunity to close that gap, and I'm gonna keep saying it until the day is over. For Titans and just the consistency that they're bringing in, it is really helping them stay in their current position. It is really helping them keep this positioning. But GEEKAY Esports, they're hot on their tracks. I mean, a few measly, 9-10 points that they need to look at, and boom, they could be finding themselves up just a smidgen above Titans.
Yeah, we also did see OOREDOO Thunders and Twisted Minds just swapping places. Of course, there was only 1 point separating both those teams coming into today. But as we look at the second page, there is going to be Slime now being moved down into 10th place, with Seoul Esports joining them up on the second page. So again, a very contentious performance coming in across the board here, as we have the teams keeping that pressure up as much as they can. But of course, as we know, right, this is kind of the whole proceeding that we've been looking at. Conqueror Iraq also then sitting up towards that 8th position. We did see them sitting in 10th position before the match started. So Conqueror Iraq, they really have their eyes set on potentially ensuring themselves one of those PMGC slots. If they continue on with this momentum, who knows where they'll be able to stop. But as we know, of course, we are getting ourselves ready to move into our second Erangel of the day. And this, of course, is our second to last Erangel as well. So quite a bit of pressure coming through on these teams. But we'd love to hear from our viewers. Who do you think is going to be the team to take winner chicken dinner number 3? Saw some predictions coming in the chat over on YouTube. Some of the viewers saying that it's going to be Slime for KT to take this winner chicken dinner. Who knows? They might be right, they might be wrong. We'll only find out once we hit that final zone. But be sure to give us your predictions in the chat.
Absolutely. Let us know who your favorite teams are as well, who you are screaming and shouting to take a hold of those top 3 placements, potentially take a hold of those PMGC slots, and hopefully we'll be just giving you something to celebrate tonight. But of course, we know second Erangel of the day, second last Erangel completely. So let's jump on into the action. And now, DK, you can see the flight path for yourself, but You need to tell me, where do you kind of want that zone to go?
Ooh. I'll wait till it pops up on screen. Not the zone, but the flight path itself, right? As we can see, of course, it is starting over at the lovely Primorsk down south. It's heading up to the even more amazing Severny towards that northern side. So I wouldn't mind if it was a shelter something, right? I definitely wouldn't mind, right? Do I necessarily want it to go there? Who knows? Right, we're trying again a little bit of that reverse psychology here, but already the players from Seoul, they're not going to be reverse psychologying anything, as we can see them now looking to get themselves dispersed in and around that Primorsk Quarry region. Of course, the players there from OOREDOO Thunder, they're going to be opting for the usual approach, right up in towards that Sosnovka military island.
I did the math now that I had an opportunity to actually take a look at those eliminations. Al-Hajj is 33 eliminations ahead of the second most eliminations we currently have.
Oh, wow.
I just want you to simmer on that for like 3 seconds while we take a look at these drop locations. Oh, it is going to be an absolutely beautiful map with these crazy individuals that we have showcased on the left. Just keep an eye out on those stats. They are surprising. They are leaving me speechless. So I need to focus on what's happening in the map as we take a look at it. Usual drop locations, which is mines 1 million, R8 over towards Georgia Pool Hospital, etc. But of course, Metro Gaming going to be having a fun time in Severny this time. There's no rotations that needs to happen for them just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, right? Absolutely fantastic. So let's see what they'll be doing. Of course, it's going to be 1 million and R8 getting into a bit of a potential altercation in the early stages. We can see Lazy Boy and Bandar having a bit of a discussion there. It does seem like Bandar has kind of reached their conclusion and is now going to be heading back to the rest of the team. But Slime this time around dropping much closer towards Yasnaya. But it's going to be Falcons getting a bit of a head start because they've already got themselves hold of a few vehicles. So now they're going to come rolling back into their usual kind of position. But there will be a bit of a saving grace here for Slime, as we do see the players there from Falcons opting to the north instead of pushing across that bridge.
Oh, okay. No, I do like it. There's a few minor changes coming through here for the teams, right? A few minor changes, but of course, taking a look at a few of those other points of craziness, we're not seeing those unfortunate spread out attempts that we saw from Slime 4KT this time around. Immediately, in Yasnaya Poliana, happily before Falcons, so they'll be able to get themselves set up nice and early, and maybe even prepare a little bit of a surprise for Falcons once they make their approach.
Well, let's see, right? Maybe there could be a few surprises coming on through. I mean, no surprise though to see the players here from Titan heading in their usual direction, right? Heading straight towards kind of Malta, looking to get themselves situated and go about their business. And they are going to be able to do that pretty much uncontested, which is quite healthy. And I mean, that's pretty much the spread across the board. Even though we have Falcons and Slime up in Yasnaya Poliana, they are accustomed to dropping like that. So I don't see any other teams really looking to shake things up, at least not yet.
Look, I don't see any entire teams looking to shake things up, but I do see at least one from the SAR over there towards school. Actually, two over from the SAR over towards school with Team UMBRA. So they are doing a little bit of a scouting maneuver there. It's only Shadowin currently, as we can see here from UMBRA, within this vicinity. The rest, I mean, we have PLZ over towards the docks, basically. We have Morteza and Carryboy a little bit further up in between ruins and school. So it's all down to Shadowin here. Again, if they do pick up anything here with NASR, they'll be left to their own devices. They'll be alone, and it'll be up to them to clutch it out.
Yeah.
For now.
Well, let's see whether or not they're going to be looking to clutch it out, right? I mean, it is a little bit of a risky play, but who knows? Maybe they could find a good position to come through from that. Meanwhile, the players here from R8 are going to be going about their business in their usual occasion up in towards the lovely North Georgia Pool. Also, entirely uncontested. You can see Ida looking quite relaxed, vaulting out of windows, as one does when you feel pretty excited. But let's see where these teams are going to be looking to push towards next.
Absolutely. And for those of you that were keeping your eyes out on that left-hand side of the screen, you saw there was a little bit of a love going over towards Titans in terms of the overall predictions for them to be taking the winner chicken dinner on this map. So again, what DK said. Let us know who you think in the chat is going to be taking this winner chicken dinner on our second to last Erangel of the MEH champs. It has to be a big one. It has to be an absolute massive change up, because again, we can't have Power taking all of the winner chicken dinners today, can we? Come on, there needs to be a little bit of competition.
Be careful what you ask for.
No, I'm gonna put it out there. I am gonna put it out there. Come on. If Power is going to be taking the #1 slot, then they need to do it in some ridiculous fashion today.
Yeah. I mean, we've already seen a lot of ridiculousness coming through here. But, you know, these teams, they just keep on surprising us. I mean, by this point, one would think that we've seen everything that they can bring, right? But yet, they still manage to surprise us, and this is just absolutely amazing.
Oh yes, no, this is going to be an absolute massive game here, because again, we started off a little bit of those, you know, early eliminations, a little bit of craziness, but now the teams are hunkering down. Now the teams are putting their foots down. They want to win. They want to get themselves as many possible points as they can to really fly up those overall leaderboards. So it needs to start here. It needs to be that energy that they bring into Erangel, into every map, of course, but Erangel would be a good start, as we see a few of those teams already making that dash into the center. It is going to set up a beautiful opportunity for the likes of NIGMA Galaxy, UMBRA, NASR, GEEKAY, who are currently already in center, set up and waiting for these teams to jump into their vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, that could be quite scary, though, because... I'm not sure who is scary for who though, but it's gonna be scary for someone, because, as we've seen, right, there's this constant change up with what's happening out on the field as the teams keep on bringing in even more dynamic approaches. But CONQUEROR, they are not going to be feeling too deterred at this point in time, going about their usual business, getting themselves looted up. But I'm loving the kind of approach from these teams, right? Usually we see a much more spread out approach coming through, and instead this time around got a lot more focus coming through from the teams looking to get themselves situated within the zone, even well ahead of that blue zone movement.
Oh, so teams, they're looking to get themselves set up early. Sooner rather than later, always a great opportunity in PUBG Mobile just to get those early rotations. You give yourself some interesting opportunities, like we know, setting teams up early within outskirts of the zone, looking for a little bit of containment, looking to catch teams out, and then just getting a fantastic foundation of points. I mean, even OOREDOO Thunders here, this rotation that they're going to be taking now, they're not going to have to worry about CONQUEROR Iraq. They might have to worry a little bit about YC, who is just on the other side, but it's not the entirety of Seoul Esports just yet. So maybe YC will just be laying low, letting OOREDOO Thunders pass.
Yeah, I think they might be waiting for a bit of that reinforcement to arrive, as we do see the rest of Seoul Esports are making a steady approach. We can see Rauf, of course, now just rolling on through literally there with the buggy. Not quite sure what Rauf is getting up to, but Wise instead now gets at the ready.
Ooh.
We did see Smoker, of course, before, having a little bit less than opportune play, but maybe this time around you can see Smoker really patching that one on up. Of course, the heads now making some great connections, as Weiss is laying it on super thick. But Omar sends out a bit of a nade, a bit of a welcoming present, and now Weiss takes quite a bit of damage alongside Omar.
Oh, surprise, surprise. You can't be giving out those kind of opportunities here. It's dangerous. But now those nades will be sent on out looking for the connections. Omar, for the time being, won't be finding an extra nade. And now the rest of Seoul Esports, they need to step up. They need to bring that back up.
Oh, is that backup going to arrive though, right? That is going to be the question. We see Hemo now moving in alongside them. Oh, up comes the opportunity on towards Rauf. Osama not going to be letting any opportunities pass them by, but look at Weiss trying to keep it still super contentious, keeping up the pressure here. But neither of these teams really getting a knock in their direction. Yes, Seoul Esports already losing a player, but that is also not going to be stopping them as they continue now to try and get a little bit of a breakaway, moving over towards the compounds north of the position. And this could be exactly what Seoul Esports now needs.
A little bit of fun, a little bit of action is already Esports will be unfortunately feeling the brunt of the action from Lazy Boy, looking for that confirmation onto SK Sun, and why not just add another one, right? Why not just add Marshall into the lobby as well to just keep them, you know, company for the time being, as 1 million and R8, even Stevens for the time being. Trade for trade, and now we need to find that opportunity. Will they disengage? Will they continue?
Well, we'll find out soon enough, but it does seem like Ida's going to be looking to get a bit of an opportunity, a bit of an angle there on towards Lazy Boy. Prestige also now in hot pursuit, but this could maybe end up biting them in the heel, right? As Zenkei could maybe find a bit of an answer there, but it does seem like both teams are, you know, they just huffing and puffing a little bit at this point. Still looking to secure themselves at least a decent rotation, and they still have quite a bit of ground to go. Just a little bit over a kilometer, especially looking at the place there from R8. Meanwhile, 1 million getting even closer towards that zone, so now they can choose. Are they going to go towards this initial bridge or opt for the next one? Well, the answer is this first initial one, potentially looking for an angle close towards Everest.
Oh, that would be a little bit fun, but there's not a lot of Everest actually involved within that zone, so they just have that little bit of an edge just to get, you know, some good line of sight, some good information. We'll have to wait and see if anyone's going to be making use of that. Well, we take a look at that, a little bit of a replay here between 1 million and R8, SK Ton, showing off those reverse skills and unfortunately paying the price for it.
Yeah, you know, so you learn, of course. Now NASR are going to be pulling up a little bit closer towards the school apartments. UMBRA haven't really moved much. They have instead gone for a bit of a 2-2 split. Right, we can see Morteza and Gary Boy held up into a school with Shadowin and Co positioned a little bit further away, really close. Well, essentially up in school. It's Morteza and Gary Boy that's much closer towards that chinky position. But again, now if we look on towards the place here from 1 million, also making a slow, steady approach coming in from that western side, right? Yes, they do have ruins up ahead in which we see the players from Virtual Gaming holding current occupation, but it's still going to be a little bit of a gamble as to see where these teams are going to be looking to move towards next.
Oh, that center zone. Oh, it is going to be stacked. I mean, we have Falcons over towards Potato Hill, now busy getting themselves set up. We have DeMar just, you know, doing the scouting action to bring the rest of the team in, but let's wait for that zone pop. Ooh, we move towards Rozok and School. So UMBRA, NASR, over towards School. They have a massive opportunity. And now Slime 4KT, currently situated there towards Rozok, they're also going to have a massive opportunity to pick up some good eliminations here.
Yeah, definitely could be a great opportunity. And I mean, also that northern part is not as congested as what we see down towards the southern edge, right? I expect quite a bit of carnage to come on through, but UMBRA really well set up in anticipation of what could be coming through all these proceedings now, and it's going to be POWR looking to move in at least on the edge. They find a bit of an opportunity over towards NIGMA Galaxy, but it's not a full-on send, right? The rest of NIGMA are going to be focusing their efforts much closer towards NASA's position.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's bring in the action here. Al-Hajj. Again, no need to use ammo here. We're just going to be making the economical choice and using our wheels instead, as we pick up at least a little bit of action. Al-Hajj, oh, and OOREDOO Thunders, of course, they've picked up 1 apiece each. So there's not been too many crazy eliminations. We can see a few scattered on the match rankings there as well. But now, the rest of the teams are looking out for opportunities here. OOREDOO Thunders, we'll be hearing those rotations. We'll be hearing those engines roar here from Conqueror Iraq, who make that dash across. Looking to get themselves situated. Smoker, will they be able to get a little bit of a shot in? And the answer is no, at least for now.
Yeah, not yet, right? And of course, try and try again, and you might find success. But meanwhile, it's going to be Riva now looking for a little bit more of a centered up position. So we can see them now just trying to find a good little bit of a hidey hole. And of course, the players from NASR are going to be spotting them out. Oh, that is the end of the road for Riva. But up comes Groza, Kalaga, and none other than Rio now from the side here of Conqueror Iraq, looking to bring in a little bit of their own flavor in towards the school apartments.
Oh, we love to see a little bit of that spicy action now brewing as these teams are competing for controlling points of, well, the available real estate, at least for now. Falcons, need to be careful. Groza is keeping an eye out there on the horizon, looking for opportunities here wherever they might be lying. 1 million, they're moving on in now from the northern portion, very close towards Rozok. There is an opportunity for them to maybe jump into Virtual Gaming, but as you can see, so many teams with an opportunity looking towards other teams, getting that information and just waiting for the opportune moment to strike.
well, maybe that opportunity will present itself. Of course, still going to be quite a bit of hard work, and fortunately for OOREDOO Thunder, Legend can't see through the trees, or rather, Anaconda can't see through the trees, but Raouf can see very well. They all the way from NIGMA Galaxy on towards the players from UMBRA. But again, right, still a very bit of a separated positioning being held here, but the zone is now going to be leveraging itself over towards NIGMA Galaxy and NASR. And this is going to be that opportunity for teams like Titan, for instance, to just keep a little bit more of that edge position going, right? Not really going to be sending up full send, because we know they are a team that they're not really one for those, right? They like to play a little bit more of an angled approach.
Hmm. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one. As we can see, Potato Hill looking a little bit barren now, as OOREDOO Thunders have been moving on. Oh, R8 now jumping on into the action here towards school, looking to take a few buildings up for themselves. Oh, Prestige, hello? Umbra and Nusa, they just collectively picked up that one. So, unfortunately, R8 will be going through only with 2 players here towards school as they now try and look for further opportunities. You can see for Kurdistan also picking up a few eliminations here and there. As Nasar, they're looking to basically ensure that R8 just evacuates the current position.
Yeah, maybe they'll evacuate. Maybe they won't. R8, definitely going to be looking to get it under lockdown. As we know, there's still 2 players left. It's going to be Bandar and Aida. But now look at for Kurdistan starting to take aim. Plaza? Oh, that is a very unfortunate turn of events coming through there for Slime for KT. But now it's going to be the players here from for Kurdistan looking to play a bit of the opportunity on towards POWR Esports, as we can see a little bit of that drive-by action coming through as the players here from for Kurdistan inching themselves closer and closer onto the front line alongside the players here from POWR. But as we also then have it, none of these teams are situated within that zone. A great knock coming through there from Anaconda, but will they be able to close it up? It's going to be Kante taking quite a bit of damage, and Anaconda now trying to hold on, but down they go as D7 and the rest of POWR come rushing on forward.
You know what? I just want to take a few moments to break that down. The reason POWR are so crazy with these eliminations is because of that moment right there. As soon as their teammates are in trouble, they are right around the corner to jump on in to not only back them up, but to help them take down whoever is currently applying that pressure. And because of those quick reactions, because of those absolutely pinpoint perfect executions, that is why they've been running around with such crazy eliminations.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, the decisiveness coming through from POWR, just on point. Absolutely amazing to witness. But of course, it's still going to be quite a bit of work coming through now for Kurdistan here, as they are down to 2. And it is going to be Al Hadre moving up next, finding that hit rather on towards Legend. Dawi now just trying to hide out in the smoke quickly, just trying to yeet themselves out of this pressure situation. Instead, just moves a little bit further down the hill. But up ahead is none other than Virtual Gaming and NIGMA Galaxy. So Dawi moving from one challenging position to the next.
I mean, pick your angles here, pick your battles. That it has to come down to it. But again, so many teams now in a little bit of a pickle now, trying to recover, trying to get themselves set back up into the action. As you can see, POWR now needing to get those recoveries for Kurdistan. They had one of their own that they needed to take care of. But the action just continues on forward as the zone slowly but surely closes on out. We still look towards school with the absolute sheer number of teams currently finding themselves situated that side. It is going to be an interesting rotation for them into this new phase.
Yeah, but this is an absolute blessing coming through for Virtual Gaming and the players there from NIGMA Galaxy, right? You couldn't ask for more opportune position, already being positioned within that center zone, and now quite a bit of congestion on the surrounding area. So the outlying teams are going to be alleviating a lot of that pressure all by themselves. And of course, the players here from Twisted Minds looking to get a bit of that happening now, as Anas gets knocked on down. Smoker finds a great angle, raining down a bit of that utility as well, looking to create a bit of an opening. Oh, but they overreach just ever so slightly. Pressure will still continue though.
Oh, absolutely. These teams are looking to take out their competitors. Again, like you said, only Virtual Gaming and NIGMA Galaxy that have that opportunity. For Kurdistan, just got taken out now by POWR, who've moved on into that southwestern portion. They want to make sure they've got controlling angles in this next phase. They're taking in fantastic numbers, but who else will be joining them? Maybe we'll have to find the answer here between OOREDOO Thunders and Twisted Minds, who are now looking to finish off this contention before POWR turn their attention towards them.
Oh, it's going to be just a mere few moments, right? It's all going to be on that ticker. OOREDOO Thunder now going to be looking to just get at least a bit of an anchor point set up. Now trying to get themselves lined up towards Twisted Minds. But will that ridge line allow for that continuation to come on through? There's going to be that opportunity. Twisted Minds trying to duck this way and that. But they need to be careful, as you pointed out, is POWR holding just up ahead of them. Of course, those vehicle explosions now coming through. That is one elimination locked in for OOREDOO Thunder. Will they be able to secure even more? Twisted Minds trying to keep their distance, but they are going to be forced to make a decision, as we see POWR Esports moving in. Al-Hajj spotting out Dami. Up comes the hit, but Al-Hajj also then goes right on down. Fidan now trying to hold on for dear life alongside his teammate Anas.
Oh, it's going to continue here for Dunn, moving on in, trying to apply the pressure. D7H holding the line, sending out a little bit of a welcoming nade. Will just stop Twisted Minds, will give them that time to quickly reset before the action continues, and that's what they need. Disengage when it gets too hot, get themselves prepped and ready to make sure they're going to win out this engagement.
Let's see who will get it, though. It's going to be Kante to lock it in, and there we have it. It is going to be a very unfortunate end coming through as the players from Twisted Minds get sent on their way. Now, POWR Esports not done just yet. Already sitting on 8 eliminations to their name. Falcon Esports rather, getting sent off as well. Now, 8 or 10 teams rather remain. It's going to be POWR sitting on 8 eliminations. But here we go. Still a great opportunity lies ahead for them on towards the OOREDOO Thunders. So you can see Smoker now getting traded there as D7 finds the approach. Now up comes Kante pushing further and further forward. Spots a bit of an opportunity here. Will they get the angles now? It's all down to Osama.
Oh, the action just continues on in. Titans in that southern portion of the zone. Osama now trying to reset themselves so they can join them, but they are caught between a rock and a hard place. Kante will be going in for that finisher. Smoker is going to be going down. Osama, unfortunately, out in the smoke, and they will be crawling either towards Titans or to POWR. Not a lot of options left for them.
Yeah, they got to choose who they want to fall to, right? I'm not quite sure that Osama is aware of the current situation, but what we also then see is going to be the end of Conqueror Iraq. Now up comes that rush, that dash, as POWR Esports looking to get themselves situated back in towards the zone. Still a few players left for the side of OOREDOO Thunder, as we do have Hassan in a position where they can still relay the necessary information, but Osama gets spotted and down they go as POWR Esports closes the door on them. 12 eliminations to their name. Now, down to the final 4 teams we are. It is going to be Titan looking to hold on to the southern edge, with POWR moving up right behind them to the north. It's going to be NIGMA Galaxy and Seoul Esports also duking it out for possession of the zone.
And for once in a very long time, DK, we have 4 teams within this final zone, all sitting on even numbers, 3 apiece each for every single team. But it's going to come down to see who will be able to defend their line, who will be able to defend their position the best, and who will be taking that winner chicken dinner. Puncher now in a spot of trouble here. POWR pushing on in from the south. They need controlling portion of the zone.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Look at the sprays. It is going to be Aziz now to find the angles alongside D7. Beautiful execution. Now, it's all riding on P6 up ahead. Will they be able to keep the players here from Titan Gaming in contention for that winner chicken dinner? Soul still focusing a lot of their efforts now on towards NIGMA Galaxy. Raouf trying to keep their head on a swivel. 3 teams surrounding them. Not a lot of players left, and it is now going to be Puncher inching their way closer and closer towards P6. But P6 trying to play that quiet position. Puncher now going to be stopped in their tracks as they also then get traded off.
Oh, the action continues. NIGMA Galaxy moving on in now from the north. Seoul Esports They're going to have their work cut out for them. As we can see, Titans being sent back into the lobby. This is going to allow Power now just that little bit of time to reset, to loot on up, get the consumables back up into a sufficient level before they move on in. Soul Esports in the meantime in an absolute sandwich between NIGMA Galaxy and Power Esports, taking hit after hit after hit.
Well, Power not going to be stopping anytime soon. Still sitting with 3 players up. NIGMA also then sitting on 3. Soul trying to bring their 3rd player back into the fight. But let's see who will be successful in their endeavors. Of course, now Power already within that zone. Soul, as we can see, holding on to the very edge. But there is a bit of an opportunity coming through here as D7 spots them out. Picks up Rauf. Now, NIGMA trying to find that approach. Oh, it is going to be Whites to get found. Off they go. Hicks here. Now trying to find a bit of an angle. Let's see, will they be able to capitalize that extra little bit? Soul Esports now in such a challenging position, but up comes NIGMA out in the open. Gante finds the opportunity, puts quite a bit of damage up in towards the... Oh, unfortunate Rauf, they now freak. Trying to find still a nice bit of defensive positioning.
Again, if you take a look at this, Power Esports, they're moving on in from the south completely uncontested. They're the ones picking fights. They're the ones stealing eliminations, and they're not getting punished for it. They're still left up with all 3 of their players. They haven't dropped a single number, and right now, well, they're just sitting pretty. They're waiting for an opportunity to take either NIGMA or Soul Esports out for the count. And Soul, right now, in a massively dangerous position here. As we can see, if they focus too long towards NIGMA, they give Power the opportunity to take them out completely.
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of a decisive angle that needs to be had here. I'm loving this approach coming through from Power, looking to get themselves relatively well dispersed, right? Looking to capitalize on all these angles, but look at that! It is going to be an amazing shot coming through here from Hicks here, right down onto the side of Soul. Now inching their way on forward, keeping a nice steady angle there. Is what we see coming through from Freak on towards D7. Kante, Aziz. Not having to move up all too aggressively just yet, right? Still a bit of a position to be played at, but all 3 teams holding on for dear life. No one wants to be the next one to fall.
But as you said, Aziz, Kante, they don't have pressure because Power Esports, they hold the most control of the zone, and you can just look at that by the absolute reach as NIGMA now find another shot onto Soul, and bam, here comes the nades.
Wow, Hammer with an absolutely crazy play, but now Soul are going to be paying the price for that play, and that is going to be Power picking up chicken dinner number 3, right? That is officially a turkey. That is not a winner chicken dinner. That's a winner turkey dinner, because that's what you call it when you have 3 back-to-back winner chicken dinners. I mean, we haven't seen one particular team dominating, right? But that's what's happening right now. Power, they plugged into something, right? Maybe an insane DC wall plug or something somewhere, right? It's insane looking at the performance coming through from Power Esports.
Oh, it's good. It is more than good. It is ridiculous. That's what it comes down to. When you take a look at their eliminations, it's ridiculous. When you take a look at the fact that they've just picked up 3 winner chicken dinners back to back on the last day of MEA champs, it's ridiculous. It just continues to build up now for Power Esports, and it doesn't look like anyone has an answer to them. They have been clinical today, and that's terrifying. I just said that they nearly picked up, the required amount for teams to get from 11th up just into a measly 4th position, and now they're looking to make gap between 1st and 2nd place within 3 games?
Yeah. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East Africa Championship for Fall 2022, right? It is insane. These teams are beasts, they are monsters, they are crazy. I mean, what else can we say? These guys are absolutely crazy. Of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you back in a short few moments.
I'm designer, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome to the excitement that we call the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East Africa Fall 2022 Championship. Right, if you've missed it, we just had our third map finished. Our third winner chicken dinner. Go over to POWR Esports. Yeah, it's crazy. But of course, while we process all of this, of course, we need to show a lot of love out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And I mean, what do we make of this whole power position?
Like we were talking a little bit off camera, it literally just comes down to the clinical executions from POWR Esports, right? They've been making sure that they have controlling positions. They've been making sure they haven't been leaving any angles unchecked, uncontrolled, unfocused by any single player. If they have the numbers, they make use of them. They capitalize and they choose their engagements. They go in for the fights. They make sure they finish the fights only when they are ready. And even just those final moments over towards the hilltops when things were getting a little bit heated between them and I believe it was Twisted Minds, they took a break. They disengaged just for a short moment.
Yeah.
They refreshed themselves. They got the breaks. They got themselves those heals right quickly and then jumped back into the action. They made sure they didn't give anyone an opportunity to hit the final nail of the coffin for POWR Esports, and that's what's made them so scary, honestly, because they have the firepower, but they also have the intelligence, the battle experience to back off when it's needed, to go in when they can. But of course, let's remind ourselves by taking a look at those quick, fantastic highlights.
Absolutely crazy teams are getting up to it. I mean, it's quite impressive to look at the performance coming through from POWR, right? Because we know over in PMPL Arabia, they secured themselves that 7th place finish, right? Now come in the MEA Championship, they just step up and blow everybody out of the water. I mean, absolutely crazy. I mean, like, I don't possess the vocabulary to describe the emotions that I'm feeling with regards to the performance we are seeing come through from the players there of POWR Esports. But also, we do have our lovely autumnal treasure for our viewers to, you know, just grab hold of. Of course, your way to participate is through completing your daily missions to get yourself some of those lovely pine cones, and you get progress rewards when you accumulate the required amount of said pine cones. Now, every draw guarantees a reward, and items already drawn will be removed from the price will be repeated. The UC cost does increase with each draw, and the autumnal treasure vouchers can be used in this event at their specified UC value. Now, the event rewards are sent via in-game mail, so remember to go collect them. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on your nutty bag or your nutty parachute, or you know, that lovely bomber jacket even.
The jacket is pretty cool. I'll give it to you that one. And the parachute, I love it, but the backpack still reigns supreme, at least personally for me. But as we take a look at it, it has been a ridiculous final day. You know, when we were talking about the predictions before in the pre-show, we were thinking, okay, cool, we're going to have a few teams trying to close the gap, you know, we're going to be seeing them step it up, we're going to be seeing some crazy eliminations. We were not expecting a single team to take any winner chicken dinners back to back. We especially weren't expecting POWR Esports to get their first, second, and third within the first 3 games of the last day.
Yeah.
That's still ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, who knew a turkey was going to happen on day number 4, right? I mean, what an absolutely insane performance that is. Of course, just to showcase how insane all these performances are, we are going to be taking a look at our match rankings to see what the point situation is. Just have a look at another 30 bombs being dropped by POWR. I mean,
another 32
this is
bomb.
Crazy. Yes.
Because 30 bombs are just not good enough. You know, they tried it in the previous match and they're like, not for me, hey? No. Let's just go to a 32. Yeah, that feels right.
Yeah.
I can't.
I mean, who's going to stop them? Who's going to stop them? Of course, Seoul Esports putting in a strong effort, locking in those 18 points. NIGMA Galaxy then sitting on 17, 7 of those being eliminations. Titan keeping the consistency going, right? Securing themselves a 4th finish with 13 points overall, 5 of those coming through from eliminations. Then we also see the efforts being brought in by OOREDOO Thunders and Conqueror Iraq, locking in 4 eliminations apiece. But I'm loving this from NASR as well, right? 66. Oh, 6. Where did I get 66, right? I can't read. NASR was 6, right? 6 eliminations. I mean, I'm getting so excited. I'm seeing numbers that aren't even there.
Oh, yes. No, look, I don't blame you. It's absolutely just, it's incredible. Let's take a look at that second page, of course. Just to remind ourselves what the rest of the teams weren't able to do because POWR Esports decided to take all of it for themselves. There was only a few trips to the bakery, of course, but yeah, look, again, comparing this side of things to the first page, it looks ridiculous. It is like, it's a stark contrast, but the teams, they have 3 more maps now to bring in that action, to bring in those consistent points. As we know, we have 4 teams that are looking pretty on the overall standings in terms of their PMG slots. It's only those other 3 that we need to find out. POWR Esports now, 288 points. They have picked up more points than Conqueror Iraq did in yesterday's crazy set of games for the entire day.
I mean, their eliminations alone is the equivalent to Conqueror Iraq and Seoul Esports. Total points, right? That's insane. That is absolutely crazy to look. But of course, we are going to be doing a little bit of a memory test as well. So aside from showing you our lovely overall rankings, there's a really high chance that you're not going to be seeing this until we end off the day, right? So feast your eyes on the magic that you can see on the screen at this point in time, because the next time we're going to be showing you is only at the end of the day. Of course, as we hop into our second page, this is where we see the position of the players from 4 Kurdistan sitting on 157 points, locked in just 17 points ahead of the players from Slime 4KT, who also still just well ahead of the way we see then the players coming through from 1 million currently being situated. So still a bit of room for these teams to make all these necessary moves come through. And of course, well, a great map to do it over on towards Sanhok.
Absolutely, and while we're at it, we want to ask our viewers just to take a few moments to complete the survey. They are in our YouTube chat with the link or pinned comment right at the top. You can click the link, head on through to the survey, let us know your thoughts on the content for PMPL NEA Champs, what we can do to improve it, what you've been enjoying, maybe what you haven't been quite happy about and you want to see a few changes, or give us your suggestions. You know, we can't just figure out what you're thinking. You need to let us know. So please go ahead, give us your thoughts, your feedback. We're going to need it for the next season.
Yeah, best place to do that right there up into that lovely survey. So looking forward to hearing all the feedback. But of course, as I said before, the next map up is going to be our very last Sanhok. So we are not going to be dilly-dallying any longer as we are getting ready to hop straight on through to see what that flight path is going to be bringing on in. Even though the flight path on Sanhok does not matter all too much. What is going to be more important is that first initial zone. However, we do see the flight path a little bit more towards the western side, and I mean, by a little is a lot, right? So, well, it being Sanhok, the teams can still pretty much reach to wherever they want to go, and of course, look at POWR on the left-hand side, locking in the most eliminations in first, second, and third place, also locking first and third with the highest amount of damage.
I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to literally just have a mental breakdown right now because of this performance that POWR are bringing in. I mean, longest elimination, most eliminations, most damage. How many awards are they aiming for at this point in time? At least OOREDOO Thunders are jumping in with the grenade eliminations. Thank you, please. We need some competition to happen here. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane to just see what these teams are capable of. But of course, our zone is going to be sitting down towards that lovely southern edge. So the players there from Twisted Minds, situated up in towards the ever amazing Painan, are going to be finding themselves situated smack dab center zone. And of course, what better way to kick off the action on Sanhok with a little bit of that hot drop action coming through in Paradise between Virtual Gaming and R8.
Alrighty, Ida going to be taking a peek right around the corner, and Zeus honestly did not even have a moment's notice to react to that crazy firepower. But now the rest of Virtual Gaming, they're going to scramble. They're going to look for these confirmations and those trades.
Well, let's see who's going to be the one to find it, though. R8 just trying to play their angles now, as we know already. With that one elimination under their belt, it is going to be Zeus to fall first. Now, Gaddafi looking for a bit of a continuation on towards SK Ton. But they are, of course, slightly separated. But look at that angle coming in on towards Bandar. And now Gaddafi feeling like 50 cents.
Now let's set this one up, alright? Prestige is going to be blown to pieces, and now Virtual Gaming, they have an opportunity. Let the cleanup crew come on in, but SK Sun will be keeping one shot out and bounds, and Alpha Luigi now needing to set themselves up here.
Well, let's see whether or not SK Ton can get this one done. Oh, up comes that shoddy action. Oh, there we go. If at first you don't succeed, reload and come back again for another round of insanity. Now, of course, Gaddafi is going to be rocking that S12K. SK Ton with the AK in hand. Oh, DBS now stepping into the mix here. This is going to be a pretty crazy shot. Let's see who will be picking it up. Ida coming in from behind, and it is going to be Gaddafi to be ended right there in their tracks, sending the entirety of Virtual Gaming backing right back into the lobby.
Oh, let's pick this one up. This is going to be the action moment now. This is going to be the action map. Surely, we're going to be seeing some craziness here from maybe a few other teams. Maybe we might be saying a different name at the end. Who knows? I'm not gonna cast across anything right now, please. But as we take a look at these rest of the rotations, we've got Falcons over towards a very spread out approach there towards the southeastern portion of Sanhok. We have a little bit of action potential there, as we know, over towards Paradise. Well, I said Paradise because Power is actually there, but Paradise Resort, as R8 and Power currently find themselves situated quite close.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not the Power Esports are going to be making it Paradise, or will it be still Paradise, right? I mean, either which way, it'll work.
I'm building up my puns for you. You see, I'm subconsciously trying very hard.
Yeah, you are trying to spark a few additional puns here and there, but unfortunately for me, that's not how it works. For me, it's all right on the money, right? It's all, it's live, it's no filter, there's no, I don't plan this out in advance. I wish I could, but, you know, either which way, of course. The teams, however, they do plan ahead, right? They choose their loot locations, they choose their potential rotations based on what the zone then does. So, yeah, let's see how they are going to be looking to play out these strategies. Of course, the players now from R8 Esports are going to be looking to get themselves at least a bit of an anchor point, but Kante could be swooping up right in front of them alongside Aziz.
Oh, okay, no, an opportunity here. Aziz waiting for that opportunity, waiting for those pixels to just peek on over the ridgeline. But there's a little bit of backup here. Prestige making sure that their teammates are not alone. We can see the rest of Power also scrambling for those flanking opportunities. On the meanwhile, the rest of Power looking for information, looking for an opportunity. But again, this is a 4-2 scenario. All right, if they jump into this, they're going to have to deal with the full force of Power.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to be dealing with quite a bit of a force of Power coming through here now. Aziz finds a bit of damage there. Oh, look at this. Prestige finds the angle, locks in the shots. Now, D7 looking for the opportunity here. Got some molly in hand. Gonna be looking to find that extra little bit of closure. They do succeed though, and now it turns to Ida. We can see if they can potentially maybe bring in that continuation. D7 quickly and narrowly escaping out behind that rock, but now SK Ton moving in for a little bit of that reinforcement. Good, quite the necessary play, but look at that Kante with the AK at close range. Absolutely devastating.
Oh, bring in the action here as R8 Esports set themselves up beautifully. But again, now they have to keep on moving forward. They have to really nail it in if they want to be able to survive this up against Power. They've done well up until this point. They've picked up those 4 eliminations. They've set themselves up so well early on. And now Al-Hajj will be going down alongside Aziz. And now this turns to a 1v2 scenario. But again, if SK Sun gives them just a little bit of time, that reset for Power will come through, and that's when they get scary.
Yeah, but look at the nade. It's coming super close. SK Ton are using this opportunity to get themselves out of that, but it's not going to be enough. As Kante spots them, and off they go. It's going to be R8 getting sent back to the lobby in our second slot there, over in 15th position. But of course, now we look on as our remaining 14 teams still get to position themselves up in towards the zone. As you can see, of course, we got UMBRA over on towards that eastern side up in Quarry. POWR now moving through from that northern position, but up in towards the zone, that more centralized position. That's where we find the players from Twisted now being blessed with yet another gracious shift coming through. NIGMA Galaxy also held up in the vicinity alongside Soul and Titan. So there could be a little bit of that congestion now starting to develop here.
Oh. Again, the fact that we're seeing already these ridiculous eliminations. I mean, we're only just under a portion of a few minutes into this map. We've already had 2 teams being eliminated. That's been the fastest so far. Other than that, Soul and Titans win head to head. Then we ignore that one. But other than that, it has been so quick now. Titans, as I've just mentioned, they're moving on in closer and closer towards Twisted Minds. Now, all of this is happening within the center zone, right? So they have a beautiful opportunity here to take control and to set themselves up for the next rotation, for the next phase. As we see, still quite a number of teams now, DK, that need to get themselves closer to the zone.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of work that needs to come on through here, but it is going to be the players now from Titan looking to get up close and personal with Soul Esports, looking for a bit of a positional play here. Up comes Teak and Puncher, two big aggressors, as we know. But let's see whether or not Puncher will be able to punch a hole in the side of Soul, as we do have a little bit of action just behind them. Axa now also then finding a bit of a play happening towards them. As you can see, so many teams in the vicinity. It does make for a very trying angle. But now Titans are looking to get themselves patched rather back up again. But look at these pushes coming through, right? Twisted Minds holding just east of this position, so there could be still quite a bit of leverage to be played at.
Let's see what happens here. Rotations moving on in. Soul Esports, they're looking to poke the Bears of Titan as they hold their line. Again, Twisted Minds, they're just keeping a little bit of amicable opportunity here now. They're staying objective. They're waiting for their opportunity to pounce for that third-party action here to pick up those eliminations and to set themselves up. They do not want to be the ones getting turned on. As you can see, Slime 4KT making that rotation on in is going to get surprised now by Titan, setting up a massive defensive line, finding Plaza. And now the rest of Slime 4KT will have to say goodbye to those numbers. 3 members left for them to move on forward.
Yeah, but look at Soul. Look at Hammer finding the angles on towards Puncher. Some really great positioning being utilized here. But now Titans trying to focus their attention dividedly on towards the players from Slime, but also still keeping a bit of a position on towards the side of Soul. I mean, Slime now going to be capitalizing on this and instead looking to disengage, right? They want to find a little bit more of an opportune approach to take their angles towards this next phase.
It is going to be a fun one, DK. We have such interesting opportunities for a final zone here. Again, I'm a little excited because Creative is involved, but I know I'm not going to get my wish, so it's okay. I'm accepting my fate. But what's also interesting, we have None. We have a few of those, open angles there towards the southwestern islands. A lot of open space there for teams to try and duck and dive in, but they're not going to have the opportunity to really work with hard cover. So that's going to make for a very interesting scattered approach with these teams. And now we can see a few more rotations moving on in. Conqueror Iraq looking to go towards docks for a little bit more of a southern, approach. We still have 1 million out into the blue. Very, very surprising, isn't it, DK, that we see 1 million over there?
Yes.
They've never done that before, no.
So what I need to add is, as you said, 1 million out in the blue, but that's what they do.
No, absolutely. Like we've all been waiting for it. Sanhok, Senkei, Blue Zone. Name a more iconic duo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's probably Senkei's second name, Senkei Blue Zone.
That's his second name. Yeah.
Yeah, not the last name, just the second name. The last name is most likely Sanhok. But either which way, we'll see what's going to be happening here as the zone does center itself up ever closer towards None, but now disgracing the players there from Twisted Minds with an absolutely amazing position. It's also going to be bringing in quite a bit of heat in their direction. But now, looking at the players there from Kurdistan, right? They're going to be having quite a bit of work to do, as we have NASR, UMBRA, as well as the players from Falcons and potentially even Conqueror Iraq moving in their direction. So, I mean, if you ever wanted an opportunity to try and lock in a crazy amount of eliminations, this could be that opportune moment now for Kurdistan.
Oh, absolutely. For them now to pick up a winner chicken dinner, or even just a fantastic set of eliminations and placements, that will make the worlds of difference for them on the overall standings. Which again, that is the main focus for all of these teams. They got 3 more maps to be able to climb those overall standings. It has to happen now, or well, it's not going to happen in the season. So, as you take a look at these rotations, Falcons moving up a little bit close for comfort here towards NASR and for Kurdistan. But again, as you mentioned, for Kurdistan, they have an opportunity to play the containment game. They have an opportunity to really pick up some fantastic eliminations.
Yeah, they do have, but I mean, looking at NASR's rotation, they are going to be depriving for Kurdistan of that opportunity, at least for the time being, right? So, for Kurdistan, we'll have to wait just a slight little bit longer. But in the meantime, we are seeing the rest of the teams inching their way closer and closer in towards the zone. UMBRA and POWR now very close to getting into some spicy action here with Al-Hajj getting ready. Snaking on forward. Ooh, this could be Morteza. Oh, yeah, that is going to be Al-Hajj spotting them out, finding the angles. Now we're going to be waiting to see what will come through from the rest of the UMBRA team, as we've got PRZ and Shadowin also now up ahead, but Aziz is going to get taken out as Shadowin makes the necessary connections. Oh, D7 taking so much damage, just narrowly escaping the inevitable. But up comes Al-Hajj with a little bit of that response now. UMBRA going to be sending out those nades, looking to see if they can reach in and maybe put a stop to the dominance being shown here by POWR. It is going to be Al-Hajj to get taken right on down. Kante swinging in from the side, finding a bit of an angle. And now it is going to be POWR down to 2. UMBRA looking to patch themselves back up as well.
Oh, you need to reset yourself. You absolutely need to get ready for an opponent like POWR. As we've been breaking them down, as we've been looking at what they've been bringing to the action, surely someone has to stop POWR. Surely someone needs to make it happen. But again, let's not say anything. Let's wait and see what these teams have in store for us. A little bit of a reset. Aziz back up on their feet. Still waiting for that other res to come on through. And then POWR will need to get themselves a little bit more HP before they really jump into the action. They want to make sure that they are on the best possible angle, on the best possible foot to take this engagement home.
Well, let's see just where these feet are going to be taking them. For the time being, of course, it's a little bit of that belly action coming through. D7 now just going to be waiting steadily behind the rock. POWR getting a full reset here, sitting with those 4 eliminations to their name. Now quite a bit of pressure coming through here on towards PRZ rather, Carry Boy and Shadowin, waiting for these opportune angles to just work out. But now Al-Hajj doing their thing, looking to bring in a little bit more of that Terminator action. PRZ waiting for the opportune moment. Now, 1 million moving in behind them could maybe form some kind of a distraction, and this could be exactly what UMBRA needs. But UMBRA also not going to be feeling a little bit of that retaliation coming through from that western side.
Oh, opportunities lying in wait. Al-Hajj taking a little bit of an opportunity just to loot on up as well, but Yozi lying in wait. Pixel will be spotted. Connection not going to be there. So that was a very opportune moment for them just to pick up the Terminator and potentially give them the trigger into POWR Esports. Now, that time is gone. POWR, they're fully reset. You can see the confidence from Al-Hajj literally climbing the rock saying, hello, here I am. Come get me. I'm waiting.
Well, let's see just how much longer they are going to be waiting, right? Because as we know, that zone has shifted up, and this is going to be forcing a bit of a rotation to come through. POWR now going to be looking for their next opportunity as they try to get themselves positioned a little bit closer towards the zone. But they need to be careful because we've got the players there from GEEKAY, 1 million, as well as CONQUEROR Iraq positioned up ahead. So this could be quite a few opportunities now, finding their way across the field.
Oh, let's see them. Let's find them here. Teams moving on in. CONQUEROR Iraq is going to get a little bit of surprise, as well as Kante now with Carry Boy moving on in here from the ridge line looking for the connection. But the damage will be dealt. One goes down for UMBRA while the rest circles around looking for those final connections. In the meanwhile, Shadowin having their hands full here with Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Shadowin now trying to find a bit of a play. Up comes Santa, getting ready for a bit of that approach. Cooks the nade. Is it going to be well placed though? Looking for a bit of a bounce. Oh, yes, indeed. It is going to be GEEKAY Santa to put an end to Shadowin. And the rest are the players coming through there from the side of UMBRA. But again, the pressure continues. Still sitting with 13 teams alive.
Oh, the action, Kante. Just trying to survive here behind the ridgeline while 1 million is attempting their absolute best efforts here to stop POWR from moving on in, from POWR moving on forward, from POWR getting that winner chicken dinner. So, potentially, something's going to happen here. Still 13 teams left, still 13 teams fighting it out in such a tiny, congested area. I mean, DK, look at this. This is ridiculous to have this many teams here.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I mean, this is such a tiny map, and I mean, move a little bit too much, right? A little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, and you will put yourself right in line of sight of either of these opposing teams. But now, it's going to be the players here from CONQUEROR Iraq trying to still hold on to that at least edge of Painan, trying to maybe come in behind the players there from GEEKAY. But as we look over towards both that western side and the southern edge, there's going to be a lot of congestion coming through. Of course, OOREDOO Thunder's now experiencing that firsthand towards the northern territories as 1 million and Taming holds them in a bit of a grip here.
Oh, let's set this one up. Falcons picking up Slime for KT. That's unfortunately going to be sending, well, the resident PMPL Africa legends from Sanhok back into the lobby for now. Now the rest of the teams, they need to make their approach here towards Painan. Teak already taking a few hits of damage and a few warning shots will be given out. We can even see Never Alone. They're dropping, unfortunately, just short of getting themselves out of the blue juice. And it is starting to hurt TK. It is just such a tough time now for every single team to find a good opportunity in the zone.
Yeah, Sanhok couldn't have been more challenging than what we see right now. Of course, this is our very last Sanhok. Players here from OOREDOO Thunder going to be looking to bring in a little bit of that positioning as they now head in the direction of zone. But 1 million, they are lying in wait, and oh, that is going to be Marshall to lock in the shot. 1 down, 2 down. Who else will fall? As it now turns onto Hassan, the final contender for the side of OOREDOO Thunders, and it is Marshall to take down the entirety of OOREDOO Thunders.
Oh my goodness, what a setup here. Moving on in, we've got GEEKAY Esports, sorry I got your name wrong earlier, setting themselves up fantastically within this next zone. Absolutely beautifully zone placed. They've got the compounds, they have the cover, and they currently are the only team within control of the zone. We've got For Kurdistan close, but not quite there. Of course, we've got Twisted Minds, Soul Esports Titans moving on in now from that southwestern portion. 1 million and POWR from the north, and POWR down to only Kante.
Oh, this is going to be quite the play. But let's see. Pretty sure that looking at the proceedings that we've had so far, right? This could potentially be a stop to the role of dominance that POWR has had, right? It's not secured just yet because we still have Kante in the mix, and it ain't over until it's over. Now looking at what's coming through here from 1 million, they are trying to get themselves positioned, taking a little bit more of a wider approach. We can see Marshall, Lazy Boy, and Venom definitely just spreading themselves out as much as they can. But it's going to be Venom to be found as Kante sends it in. Oh, Marshall gets spotted as they heads through from P6, and this could be a very unfortunate turn of events coming in now for the players there from 1 million as the pressure is on, and that is, oh, so devastating.
Absolutely, it is. Twisted Minds now moving on in for contention. Unfortunately, Darwi, not an opportunity really for that res. For Kurdistan, will have to do without them. Titans taking a hit after a hit after a hit there from Hope from GEEKAY. And for Kurdistan, still holding the line, still trying desperately to get themselves in the zone.
Well, let's see where the zone is going to be leading towards, right? Virtual Gaming for Kurdistan, GEEKAY, all held up towards that southern position. And of course, if you're wondering why 1 million is not out, even though all their players fell, it's most likely because a certain someone is out in the something doing something, right?
Oh, yes. Especially you should focus on the S in that sentence.
Yes.
And then you can figure it out for yourself.
But of course, now we see as the players here from GEEKAY Esports, Gabe sends it up into golden. Absolutely glorious placement going through with that grenade on the money. Up comes the follow-up, and that is going to be all she wrote. Gaith giving a nice leisurely toss across. And that is all that's required to put an end to the players there from for Kurdistan. But look at Gaith now picking up yet another spray. And this is looking absolutely amazing. Dami is going to be the final contender left now for Twisted Minds. And Hope sends one out, hoping to find the hits. Fortunately, Dami is on the opposite end of that wall. Santa about to receive a bit of a present, but they are not taking anything in as Hope secures the elimination, and that is Twisted Minds getting sent out in 5th position. Of course, down to our final few contenders we go. It is going to be a full send from GEEKAY looking for Kante. They want to clear out the zone. They want their name all over it. And of course, out in the blue, we've got a few players as well. But let's see whether or not GEEKAY is going to be able to find these angles. And there's going to be a serious case of cat and mouse. But Kante not just holding on, and GEEKAY, they're running out of space, right? They know that there's only one place then that they could find Kante. The hits come through. Kante holds up the first, gets the elimination. 11 already to POWR. Now up comes Gaith, and that is it. It is the end of the road. As POWR gets taken on down, GEEKAY holding on to the zone. And of course, we do have nice little present out in the blue. This is the certain person somewhere doing something that we knew was happening. Of course, Senke, north of boot camp, is going to be just healing away, ensuring that 2nd place finish for 1 million.
Yeah, Dr. Senke in the house here for Sanhok, picking up the placement points that 1 million will be very happy to pick on up. I mean, just look at the amount of healing he's done. 2,431.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It really goes to show what it takes to just pull off that kind of a heal strat. So if you ever did need to know how to pull it off, just go chat to Senke. He's got all of the plans.
You know when Senke started gathering meds? You know when they started? All the way back in PMCO, right? That's how many meds they collected. Right? They just collect all of them. Right? Some people collect stamps, other people collect other things. Senke collects meds, especially for Sanhok, right? So if you ever want to know how to pull off a heal strat, this is indeed the individual that you will need to speak to, because they're just showcasing their talents. Let's see, are we going to get a final sign-off? Not yet. It is going to be a little bit of a wrap, come through with the bandages, and this could maybe now be the end of the match. And yes, indeed it is. Of course, that woulda chicken dinner going straight over to the team from GEEKAY Esports, locking it in with a very impressive 12 eliminations to their name. Alongside that woulda chicken dinner, it's pretty great.
It does. It absolutely does. But of course, as we just take a jump down the match rankings, we see none other than POWR Esports. So, I mean, even though they didn't pick up the winner chicken dinner, they're still picking up ridiculous points, because I think we saw that they had, what, 12 eliminations? They were the added addition from wow, just 12 eliminations?
Yeah, just 12. I mean, it's nothing, right? What's 12 eliminations between competitors, right? It's nothing. But of course, a very, very impressive final Sanhok that we just looked at there. Senke, of course, doing their usual thing. And we're going to be doing our usual thing, taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back in a short few moments.
Designer that wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces a new gameplay with 8 skills that make matches more exciting and interesting for players. In this video, we'll be introducing the Black Market skill. When players equip the Black Market skill, they'll quickly build a Black Market shop to conveniently purchase items. This makes it easy to purchase items with shop tokens during matches. When a team member uses the Black Market skill, all other team members will be able to purchase items from the Black Market shop. In PUBG Mobile, the importance of supplies cannot be overstated. Black Market is a skill that provides the team with security. For players that are busy moving about in the early stages on Erangel and have no time to purchase items, this is a rather practical skill that allows them to spend the shop tokens they've acquired. It provides them with a stable source of supplies, particularly in the late stage of the game, when the play zone has become much smaller and battles break out frequently. Sometimes, players need to move before they finish looting the battleground, which leads to using up supplies at a much faster rate. In these instances, Black Market can save the whole team from worrying about running out of supplies. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Don't forget to try them out on PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Hi everyone, welcome to this episode of version 2.2 Skill Introduction. Today, let's take a look at Play Zone Analysis. Play Zone Analysis helps players locate the next play zone. The information will also be shared with all members of the team. Take note that there is a limited number of times you can use this skill, so players must master the timing of this skill. Play Zone Analysis can help players quickly reach the play zone to gain the upper hand while avoiding conflicts and ambushes. Play Zone Analysis is highly versatile, especially on a map like Erangel, where players are inclined to avoid battle. This skill is especially suitable for players who prefer to get well equipped before heading into battle. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. The other skills also have unique features. Test different combinations out for yourself. See you next time!
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East Africa Fall 2022 Championship. Of course, we've already concluded an insane number of matches, right? 22 done and dusted. We have 2 more to go. We have 1 Erangel and 1 Miramar yet to happen, and then we will know who are going to be the teams to not only secure themselves those PMGC slots, but also who will be the teams to sit at the top of the log and walk away as the victors of this season of the MEA Championship.
I feel very sorry for you, DK, because you're just hearing me lose my mind off camera. With regards to what we've been seeing statistically, makes no sense. We couldn't predict this. We couldn't make sense of this. We couldn't even have thought that this is the day that we were going to be having. But yet, as we keep saying, these teams still finding opportunities to make us lose our minds and absolutely bringing such surprising performances.
Yeah, definitely quite satisfying with the surprises that are coming through from these games as well. But as we know, right, we need to take a little bit of a look and see what our match ranking situation is, right? To see where the teams find themselves with points. Of course, we'll get into that momentarily, but I mean, we saw a little bit of that shake-up coming through, right? POWR came so close to bring in yet another devastating performance. But first up, we are going to be hopping into a few of the highlights from this past match. Some pretty impressive plays coming through from these teams once again. Of course, quite a bit of satisfying Sanhok action. As we know, if you go look up in the dictionary, alongside Sanhok, you'll find Mr. Senkei there, as well as the heal strat, so the blue zone, all those things. And of course, a very, very kind Second place coming through there to 1 million once again. But of course, it is time for us to take a bit of a look and see what the point situation is, where these teams ended up, how many points they were able to secure after yet another absolutely insane performance over in the jungle.
It was pretty interesting to see GK Esports really stepping up to the plate and capitalizing on those fantastic final zone rotations that they had, picking up those compounds, making sure that they were fantastically set and prime with the final placements. But as we take a look at those match rankings, we can see exactly what kind of points they ended up with. 27 thanks to their 12 eliminations. POWR just one short of matching that. Thankfully, someone else had to do the math because I couldn't keep up. Coming through in third place, they got those 21 points regardless. So they'll still be adding a lovely set of points to their overall tally, 1 million. I mean, with Senke getting that second placement, with the rest of the squad picking up those 7 eliminations, you can see why this has been such a winning formula for 1 million over towards Sanhok.
Yeah, and I mean, it consistently works exceptionally well for the side of 1 million, right? I mean, this is kind of the map on which they rely to get some points locked in, you know, especially the placement points. But as we also then have a little bit of a look further down that board, we see the players there from Seoul Esports coming in with their 2 eliminations alongside their 4th place finish, winning them 10 points overall. But Twisted Minds and Titan Gaming tied with 8 points apiece. So some pretty impressive performances coming through. Of course, Titan Gaming doubling down on the aggression, right? Locking in those 6 eliminations. Falcons also picking up at least the 5. And now as we move on, again, the points continue, right? It is R80 Esports walking away with their respective 4 eliminations. Unfortunately, not finding any placement points, but that's okay. That's fine. As we know, they've already been proving to be quite a formidable force across the board. Now, as we continue a little bit further on down, Team UMBRA, unfortunately, being sent back empty-handed.
Yeah, a little bit of a trip to the bakery for them, but it will be the last trip to the bakery they can make on Sanhok. As we know, that was the last Sanhok we'll be looking at. And the rest of the maps, well, it's going to be a similar suit. Last Erangel, last Miramar, and then we're done. Then we need to crown our champion. Then we need to see who's going to be taking the PMGC slots.
And of course, now in true Sanhok fashion, right, we are going to be taking a little bit of a deeper delve into the team of 1 million. Towards that eastern edge, and of course the rest of the squad's duking it out over on the west, as we can see Chico now getting back surrounding areas. Shadow are now going to try and push a little bit forward, bring that assistance in towards Morteza, but they are going to be greeted. To their name, Shadow now going down, Carry Boy goes down, PRZ, the final contender, standing between 1 million and that. What getting taken right on down as Alpha Luigi is not yet done. Up comes Venom looking to find
Storm up here for Slime 4KT to try and hold the line, to try and keep 1 million from taking them out.
Some pretty impressive performances coming through there from 1 million. But as we know, we are going to be getting ourselves even closer to our very last Erangel for this entire season of PMPL. Not only for the Middle East Africa Championship, but the entire season, right? I mean, that's it. Like, it all comes down to this very, very last match. And I mean, we've been seeing quite a bit of a journey come through from all our participating teams, and even the teams that didn't make it up to this point. Some pretty impressive performances nonetheless. But now, as we get ready to lock in that last Erangel, this is where we get to see what surprises it will hold for us, right? Of course, we're going to be looking towards that flight path. We're going to be looking towards what that zone will be bringing on through. Now, is anything in particular that you wouldn't like to see with regards to maybe a little bit of a circle shape on our lovely map?
What I wouldn't like to see is another military-based island zone. Oh, that would just be terrible. Absolutely. So boring. Ugh, who wants to go there? Also, a little bit of Kameshki. You know, that's also just, I wouldn't want to see that, no.
Well, we are going to be hopping straight into the game to see what the teams are going to be dealt with. Of course, the flight path is going to be starting up towards the lovely Georgia Ball, as we can see it down below. So, based on the trajectory that we've got here, it seems like we've got a northern focus flight path, and it is a straight horizontal line heading all the way across over towards that eastern side, just north of Lipovka. So, quite a bit of exciting play as these teams now get to move into a few interesting angles, as we know. Like, for instance, the players from OOREDOO Thunders, they're going to have to find another place to drop, right? Because they surely can't reach military base, at least not from the flight path, as we see them taking a little bit of a early dive down, looking for those vehicles. And we could see those rotations now being secured down towards those more southern edges.
As we take a look at it, it is going to be a very interesting last Erangel for the MEA champs here. And especially depending on where that zone will be heading, maybe we'll have a few differences, maybe we won't. It's going to be up to this wonderful, wonderful map and obviously this crazy, crazy game. But a little bit of a normality opportunity here for 1 million as they're going to be heading towards Georgia Pool. R8 towards the northern side of Georgia Pool. Twisted Minds over towards Hospital. Nothing too crazy there. Even Virtual Gaming. Easy pickings for them to get into Saverney. And okay, yeah, that is a zone and a half, DK.
Yeah, because literally almost half the zone is water, right? So that's going to be quite an interesting one indeed to see where the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated. But we could see a little bit of a play now coming through from OOREDOO Thunder, potentially towards the usual turf, right? Their home ground up in towards that Sosnovka Military Island. It does seem like they are heading in that general direction, or they could be settling towards Primorsk as well. But over towards the north, things look pretty standard, right? We've got the players there from Slimefork KT and Falcons in their usual location. We got Seoul also changing it up ever so slightly, of course, heading towards that multi-power position. And I mean, that's kind of to be expected, seeing that we had such a northern flight path.
Absolutely. So I mean, we will be seeing a few teams not being quite yet comfortable. They still need to take those rotations on in. Ultimately, though, we are going to be seeing a very, very interesting opportunity for these teams. Like you said, majority of our final zone, well, a lot of it at least, is water. So in terms of those final opportunities, or those final spots in space that they get to work with, it's gonna be a fun time. But of course, over towards Yasnaya Polyana, no surprise, we see Falcons and Slimefork KT waiting to see whether or not they will be picking up anything, if they will be jumping into any early contentions. I mean, it's the last time on Erangel they get to do this. It's the last time we'll be here towards Yasnaya Polyana. Surely, we're going to be seeing a little bit of action.
I expect so, but I don't think the teams are going to be unhinged, right? Because they are still trying to play this as calculated as they can, right? At the end of the day, these teams are still competing for points. They're still competing for placement. So they can't let that slide just yet. Of course, we won't mind them stepping up and, you know, getting maybe a little bit extra, just that little bit extra crazy. But of course, still want to see the calculation being brought in alongside those performances.
Yeah. Consistency is going to be key for all of these teams. Again, they're fighting for those final positions on the overall standings. Only 2 more opportunities for them to really make a difference. As you can see, though, the rest of the teams, they're looking pretty comfortable. I mean, we do have UMBRA taking a little bit more of a southern shift just across GEEKAY Esports. And they don't seem to be looking to jump in just yet. They're just making their approach over towards school, so it's really not anything contest worthy. Even NASR, they're not on school this time. They're a little bit more towards that eastern side, you know, getting their loot up before they take that rotation into the zone. So I'm not seeing immediate points for contention just yet.
Instead, it does seem like the teams are still just playing the usual situation, right? Looking to see what they can have happen with their positionings, what they can have happen with their rotations and angles. And I mean, GK going about their business. We know UMBRA also going to their home turf, up in towards school and apartments, going about all the normal things that they would do. But I think once we get closer towards this blue zone closure, that's where we're going to be seeing a lot more of a decisive play coming through from these teams. Of course, according to the countdown, we still have about 4 minutes left until that zone decides to move up once again. So, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for these teams to get themselves positioned into those more opportune angles.
Absolutely. And oh, what an opportune moment this is for all of these teams, especially those that are fighting for those opportunities to close the gap over towards those top spots. As we know, If R8 is involved in the top 3, they already have that opportunity. They already have that slot into PMGC alongside our other 3 teams like Falcons, NIGMA Galaxy, and of course 1 million. So they don't have to stress from that point of view. But the rest of the teams, this means that if they are within that vicinity just around R8, or if they are in the vicinity of someone who already has a PMGC slot, they might be able to just grab one for themselves. So I think that just provides that extra level of interest, right, when we take a look at those overall standings, because it is not so cut and dry. It is not just, oh, one top 3, okay, we're done. There is still an opportunity for a little bit of those shifts.
Yep, there's still quite a bit of a difference that can be made here. And of course, there's going to be Miracle looking to make quite a bit of a difference on towards Legend. Now, just continuing on with the relentless effort to find the necessary damage in towards World Legend there. Anaconda is going to be moving up right behind them. But I'm loving the positions being held here by NASR. Yes, they are, of course, taking a bit of that 3-1 split, right? So we've got 3 held up towards the lovely shelter with Ali situated further up north. Of course, we do see a little bit of that aggression coming through in the feed as well. But again, the team's still having quite a bit of terrain to utilize here, right? For Kurdistan, not going to be looking to make a bit of a mad dash. Instead, it's going to be Golden now, just waiting up on the roof before hopping back on through. And the players here from GEEKAY are going to be moving closer to that sunken city to maybe find a bit of a position. But it does seem like that's not where they're going to be settling. Instead, looking for a bit of a rotation through the north.
That's going to be an interesting one. So, I mean, they're heading slightly out of zone. I'm going to be very curious to see whether or not they're going to head towards the west or the east, and how they're going to be approaching that back on in. We'll wait. We'll keep an eye out on that while we keep an eye out on those, interesting predictions over there. We've got 2 towards Twisted Mind, 1 towards Conqueror, 1 towards GEEKAY Esports, and unsurprisingly, 1 towards POWR. So you guys can let us know in the chat if you agree with that, if you think there's a team they might have been missing out on those predictions to be taking this winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, you can tell us whether you think those predictions are correct or if they're incorrect, right? But we'll wait to see what the outcome of that will be. For the meantime, the teams are going to be focusing quite a bit of effort now towards center zone, right? By that, I'm referring to the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq, NIGMA Galaxy right here, and the team from OOREDOO Thunder a little bit further down towards the south. POWR also going to be moving ever closer, continuing on with those proceedings, looking to get themselves established in towards that center zone. But of course, UMBRA coming up alongside them as well, so there could be quite a bit of a fight now just around the corner.
Oh, we do see a little bit of that potential GTA action here as Falcon will be just taking a drive-by. Slime4KT, a few damages going to be exchanged. Yusef actually on the fly while mobile, picking up a knock on towards Slime4KT, and there's an immediate trade back as well.
Yeah, no surprise to see that coming through from Koa. Now, it's going to be Slime looking to dial up the aggression here. It is going to be Falcons now on the defensive. But look at this, Damar, never alone, quick on the reactions. They can hear the vehicles. They want to move forward and expect, but that is just going to be a little bit of a bait and switch now. As Koa looks to send the nade on out. A little bit of an overcooking coming through there. But Damar could be met with a bit of an opportunity through that window. Let's see whether or not Koa is going to be able to find it. I'm loving the approach coming through from Slime. It's like they've received, like they've taken their second breath, right? Getting ready to back up the action.
Oh yes, Slime4KT looking to step up, looking to make their fans proud, bringing in the action and bringing in the confirmation to Falcons. And Falcons will be our first team to be sent back into the lobby on our last Erangel. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to do amazing for the team morale of Slime, right? Like, see guys, we can still do it. We can still do it. We can still find some pretty crazy plays. And of course, well done going out there to Slime4KT. But now, still 15 teams remain, right? So aside from Slime, there's 14 others. And of course, Titans, no stranger to pressure, no stranger to insanity. They are going to be rolling on through, looking for a little bit more of a northern rotation, taking a really wide approach around those Pachinki fields. And of course, for Kurdistan and NASR, they're going to be doing the exact opposite, right? Instead, they'll be rotating up side by side, almost cheek to cheek. But Patika can only look on and not react to the potential just up ahead of them.
As the leader of the group, they will be taking a quick left away from that. Thank you very much. Not going to be wanting to jump into some crazy ridiculousness before we get themselves set up beautifully. But of course, FALCONS going to be making a jump on in. Out of the vehicles they go. A couple of shots sent over towards NASR, taking their western approach right past NIGMA Galaxy as well. So unfortunately, NASR picking up a little bit, potentially too much heat there. As we do see OOREDOO Thunders finding a good connection over towards CONQUEROR Iraq. Now, we have to wait. Are those confirmations finally going to be coming through? Or is there just a little bit of like a litmus test coming through from these teams as they're taking their rotations?
I mean, it could be either, because we also then have the players there from POWR holding on the edge, right? So, NIGMA Galaxy are going to be moving up quite aggressively from that southern approach. We can see Rauf trying to scout things out, and this could be quite a bit of a costly play now coming through from Rauf, as they are going to be met by quite a few barrels sending up in their direction. You can see those hit markers coming through, but look at Anaconda sneaking a cheeky hit up in towards Batika, missing out on the opportunity, but Hixia comes in and does secure the elimination. Now, NASR down to Miracle and Gringo.
Ooh, okay. Let's see what's going to happen here from the NASR now to step on up and to get that revenge. They need to trade back. They should trade back. Hopefully, looking for an opportunity. Gringo is going to be putting themselves in a little bit of harm's way, though, as soon as they take that peek out the window. As soon as those pixels are given out, Anaconda will be primed and ready. No connection just yet. But a few warning shots will be exchanged. And for NASR now, I mean, this is happening all very close to center zone. So they will be surrounded shortly by so many teams taking those rotations.
Yeah, it's very close to home for them, this one. But of course, now, as we take a quick little look at our replay, it was Osama just banishing Riva there, sending them on their merry way. And of course, we still have quite a few teams left. As we can see, still 15 teams alive. Only one team getting sent away. And that, of course, will just result in even more insanity, as the teams will have to move themselves closer to wherever this next zone will be taking them. And of course, it now just centers up even more towards Twisted Minds and virtual gaming, and this is going to be where the pressure is at. I mean, we know it's a very mountainous region they find themselves in, so there's going to be so many angles to try and keep themselves on top of.
Oh, take a look at this zone, DK. It is going to be stacked to the brim with some interesting competition here. We can see from the northern side, it is R8 moving on in towards GEEKAY, over towards the center. We've got Virtual Gaming and CONQUEROR Iraq alongside Twisted Minds, beautifully set up, waiting and anticipation here for these rotations. And of course, POWR is going to be applying some pressure here over towards the eastern side.
Ooh, all right. The eastern side it is, right? Already a bit of that congestion could be coming through. But now, as we look on for Kurdistan, waiting for the opportune moment, right? They know that NASR are holding in that compound. But they can't take all too long, because Titan is going to come moving in behind them. And Titan Gaming could be presenting quite a bit of a change up to what they thought things would develop in towards. But of course, the rest of the teams are going to be focusing their efforts further to get themselves situated within that zone. I mean, OOREDOO Thunder also coming in with a little bit of that southwestern play, closer towards the quarry region. But as we look closer to center, it is Twisted and the players here from GEEKAY now having a bit of a position towards the swamp.
Just a little bit of a surprise, and maybe they can go take a little bit of a dip, you know. I just wouldn't recommend, you know, staying there too long. I don't trust those waters whatsoever, but we can see. Maybe there'll be a little bit of surprise. Slime 4KT taking quite a bit of a late rotation out from Pachinki, right? We saw them taking that contention up against Falcons out into the blue, so, you know, there was a little bit of time for them to now actually catch that up into the zone, but they're going to be right alongside Team UMBRA, so they'll be one of our last teams to make their entryway into the zone, and that comes both with its risks and its advantages. Normally we would say, cool, it's all the teams are in the center, so you've got space, yada yada yada. That's not the case this time. We've got so many teams over towards the outskirts, from the east down to the south, even a little bit closer towards that western side as well, so their entryway is going to be tough.
Yeah, but one team that's looking like they find themselves in a little bit of a comfortable position, at least with regards to options, right? It's going to be R8 Esports, because they're quite spread. the northern territory is quite vacant. I mean, the closest threat from what we can see there is, of course, the players coming through from GK and Virtual Gaming. So, I mean, R8, at least for the time being, having some pretty good options with regards to how they can choose to rotate on forward. UMBRA also looking for a little bit more of a decisive angle to be taking. But this next zone is going to be the decider, right? That is what will determine just how favorable that angle is. And now the answer is, well, it's not. It's not favorable at all because it moves south. And the only team now already beautifully set up, well, teams, is going to be OOREDOO Thunder, Conquer Iraq, and NIGMA Galaxy. But Quarry is going to be quite a bit of a battleground.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that was the little ooh that came out. I was so excited to see this opportunity now. This is going to provide such a massive, massive fight to the finish, especially if we keep going on into that quarry position for the final zone. But you can see Team UMBRA now, unfortunately, taking a few losses, trying to get a few trades as well, as Prestige takes enough hits. But Carryboy out into the blue will unfortunately be sent on back alongside the rest of UMBRA. And now we take a look at the rest of our teams, how they are going to be handling this quarry, how they are going to be bringing in the action for us in our final Erangel. Titans taking a dash right past Conqueror Iraq and close towards GK. Will they be able to meet on up?
Well, let's see who's going to be meeting up with who, of course. Now, the vehicle's really coming in, swinging here. It is going to be an aggressive push coming through from Titan as they play the opportunity on towards GK. Hope gets down, and that is Puncher down for the count. Ragnarok holding on, but what a push. I mean, insane performance coming through, and that is going to be Titan Gaming wiped off of the map, just like that. And also then down to 13 teams we go. Virtual Gaming, Conquer Iraq, getting into a little bit of an altercation. Nice back and forth with those utilities. We can see One Shot and Gaddafi alongside Zeus trying to play the options, trying to play these positions. But Rio is going to be relentless in their efforts. Even though they're the final contender left for the side of Conqueror Iraq, they'll not yet be backing out of this fight.
No, not whatsoever. 1 million picking up a few beautiful hits over towards R8. And NASR actually being confirmed there by Slime4KT. That is a bit of an interesting one now for me. Moving on into the rest of the zone, we're going to have some wonderful, wonderful combinations of fights here. We've got R8 over towards 1 million, as we've been seeing. We've got Virtual Gaming and Conquerors having a little bit of a 1v1 battle there. And GK just sprinkled on in between. Meanwhile, looking at this, R8 trying to defend themselves here from 1 million, making their approach.
Yeah, that is going to be the end of the road now, as we can see Conquer Iraq getting taken on down. 1 million still trying to keep up the aggression, sending down a relentless array, barrage of utility, trying to find those opportunities. But now Twisted Minds also going to be moving into contention here. So this could be a very unwanted sandwich for the players here of R8. But maybe they'll be able to bounce back from this. As we can see, of course, now the smoke wall being put up as they want to fight a bit of an opportunity to just get themselves back in towards safety. And of course, quite a bit of a vacancy now being created towards that western side, as the teams are pretty much caught towards the north and that south, and a slight bit of a sprinkle towards that eastern side. Just look at the openings available in this current zone.
I mean, absolutely. We're looking at open fields. We're looking at a lack of hard cover here. But we'll have to wait and see who will be able to set themselves up in the best possible opportunity here. Twisted Minds now sending off a few nades, a few welcoming opportunities there over towards R8. And they're not going to be able to find that connection as the zone does center towards Quarry. Now R8, GK, hello. Surprise, surprise, Ragnar. Gotta make sure you lock it down.
Oh, yeah. The only lockdown is going to be coming through from R8 as they step on forward. But now they also pay the toll as Bandar gets knocked. It's all now up to Prestige and Ida to look to see whether or not they can keep up the position here. But look at Alhaji up on the hillside looking to secure at least that anchor point for POWR now to move on forward. But Alpha Luigi not going to be backing off of these opportunities. Still trying to find those head markers at the expense of R8.
Oh, just tap, tap, tap on in as we wait and see if those confirmations will be there. NIGMA Galaxy making a beautiful approach into Quarry. You've got OOREDOO Thunder, Soul, Slime4KT from the southern side, and now POWR trying to mix on in with Kurdistan. Oof, this is going to be a tough final battle here for these teams, DK.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of a fight. I mean, Quarry is no easy position to play, but now it is going to be that continuation coming through from POWR, looking to get themselves situated in zone. For Kurdistan, also going to be trying to get under lockdown, but Virtual Gaming still on the outlying region, trying to rain on through, right? Trying to find the angles onto the place there from OOREDOO Thunder and still continuing the efforts on towards R8, but they can't get too distracted as that blue zone is going to start moving up, and that will be applying quite a bit of pressure. Aziz, though, does find the angles, the positional placement of that nade onto the players there from for Kurdistan. As we can see, Golden also now going to be falling to NIGMA Galaxy. The shots just lining up so favorably. Still a very difficult and decisive play that needs to be made by both R8 and Virtual Gaming.
Oh, oof. I can't believe it. These shots are getting so close. And again, I can't see anything. I see no pixels to make these connections, yet these players are just finding hit after hit. R8 in a spot of trouble. Prestige. Oh, is going to be knocked. There it is. Alpha Luigi just tracking so beautifully and looking now.
Wow. Absolutely insane effort being brought in here by Alpha Luigi. It is going to be R8 caught in such a difficult position, but Bandar trying to make a bit of a difference here. Finds the reach, gets the hit up in towards Gaddafi. One shot now looking to bring in that saving play, but the buggy goes all over the place. There's still some hope for Bandar, but the shots are flying in, and that is going to be the end of the road for R8. Still, 8 teams remain held up in towards the amazing quarry position. Now, Virtual Gaming and the players here from OOREDOO Thunder going toe-to-toe, but a very costly position indeed for Virtual Gaming as the zone now moves even closer toward NIGMA Galaxy.
Ooh, opportunities, but of course OOREDOO Thunder is looking to open one up for themselves. You have one shot out in the smoke now, trying to send a few more smokes and make that smoke run into safety, but will it last? Will they make it happen? Twisted Minds feeling the brunt of the action now, as everyone looks for an opportunity here into the craziness. Quarry is absolutely stacked to the brim with action and opportunity for the teams. 1 million going on down, looking for those confirmations.
It's all going to come down to who can capitalize the fastest, right? It's all going to come now to Venom. Looking to find a bit of an opportunity here. Very close to the edge. But as we know, that zone is still quite a distance away. OOREDOO Thunder also going to be looking to make a bit of a dash here. Marshall continuing to apply the pressure. But look at Soul taking the plunge, looking to get themselves situated up in and alongside the players here from OOREDOO Thunder. Up comes the hits, the chaos. It is going to be Slime now, just capitalizing on that elevation point, and Plaza still on the outskirts of zone, looking to cause absolute carnage. Soul down to only white, and this is where things start to take a bit of a turn.
POWR moving on in now from the north. They have an opportunity. They have some angles to work with. It's the OOREDOO Thunders looking to get those confirmations onto Soul. But it is going to be a tough one fight. Lord even finding a beautiful shot, and now we wait to see those numbers. They will be dropping shortly. They will be just dropping into the absolute chaos that is going to be this final zone finish.
And of course already Slime riding all the way up to 8. That is going to be yet another hit now coming through there from Koa. But Aziz sends in a bit of a response. Spots out Pronto, and down they go. So Slime not as secure as they thought they were initially. But now POWR still quite a bit of a ranged play to come on through. It's going to be a Nas and one shot on the very edge. Having a bit of an exchange, a bit of a back and forth. Anas still trying to get themselves secured within that zone and continue to take the name of Twisted Minds as far as they can. This is where the positioning will be absolutely essential, right? Especially looking at POWR on the side, we can see Al-Hajj now just raining down on towards Plaza. And this is where that elevation really starts to bite back at Slime 4KT.
Oh, they need to recover. They've been doing so well. They need to cover those heads. Aziz just finding pinpoint accuracy right now, just to find that one little pixel that makes the difference. One shot trying to make a difference of their own, but is going to get spotted out. HP down to a sliver as Aziz just continues to lay down the law. And now, oh, the nades have to follow on up.
Oh, it doesn't exactly reach, but it's no need for it as the shots instead come through. It's going to be Al-Hajj to lock in the confirmation on towards one shot. 6 teams now remain. Right, as you can see, NIGMA Galaxy, ooh, Lord with the AWAM. Could that be a little bit of magic happening right then and there? That could be quite a bit of devastation being dealt. Lord just waiting for the opportune moment. Loving the sound of that AWAM just sending itself on through. This could be a lot of pressure now coming through on towards Al-Hajj. Let's see, will Al-Hajj get stopped? Not yet, but moving closer. Good old Dwight just up ahead. Oh, and manages to evade that molly, but Al-Hajj with a relentless strafing picks up the trade. And there we have it. 5 teams now remain. 1 million are going to be holding on to 3 players coming through from that very edge. But look at NIGMA Galaxy still applying the pressure now on towards Slime for KT. Goa trying to move that vehicle a little bit closer. A little bit of that mobile hard cover now coming into play. But Aziz finds a bit of an angle on towards Lord, looking to get themselves a little bit more situated, but not secured within that zone just yet. It is going to be a beautiful hit though, because he hits here now taking the shots, and Freak finds the angle. It's going to be Koa to be ended, and now Plaza and the rest of Slime having to fight for dear life as Plaza also gets sent on their merry way. Pronto, the final contender, now remains.
As we take a look here at the rest of the teams, also looking for the opportunity. Aziz going to be spotted out. There's a second from POWR as well with the confirmation. Now, POWR, they're going to be down to 2. We're waiting to see here what the rest of the teams will be picking up. Al-Hajj, they haven't been going down yet, but will this be the time?
We don't know just yet, but this is that opportunity, right? There's no better time than right now. Because OOREDOO Thunders having the stronger numbers in this current positioning. It's going to be a 4v2. But let's see what Smoker and the rest of the OOREDOO Thunders can make happen right here. Al-Hajj could be waiting quite steadily. Jumps out, finds a great angle. Now up comes an absolute rain down of terror. As the shots fly up, it's now NIGMA Galaxy looking to move even closer. But POWR Esports looking to get the zone under lockdown. It's going to be Hamco to get taken down next. Osama and Hassan, the 2 contenders left for OOREDOO Thunder. Also now sharing the responsibility alongside the rest of NIGMA Galaxy, who still holds 3 players. So they could be still quite a bit of difference made right here.
Absolutely. Moving on in from this ridgeline, they need to keep an eye out here for OOREDOO Thunders, looking for the flanking position. But of course, there is a looming threat in the form of POWR. They need to find those connections.
Let's see who will make those connections, right? Lord, Freak, and Hicks here now looking for a bit of an angle. Trying to do the due diligence at least onto the edge. The Zoran has taken a bit of a shift down south. No one has secured themselves within this next shift. But Lord finds a bit of an opportunity. Could maybe find the angle on towards the OOREDOO Thunders. Going to be Hassan and Osama. POWR not going to be flinching though. Just waiting for the opportune moment to strike. We're 50 seconds away from closure, but it's Lord to get taken down alongside Osama, Hassan, and Hicks here, the final 2 players standing between POWR and that potential winner with a chicken. And a D7 now gets found. Down goes Al-Hajj. Hicks here steps it up, looking to move on forward, and they secure themselves the winner with a chicken. To the NIGMA Galaxy gets it.
Yes, this is what we want to see. What a surprising moment now for NIGMA Galaxy to step on up, getting themselves a wonderful, wonderful chicken dinner, stepping up once again. Surprise after surprise, DK.
This is just one of those moments. NIGMA Galaxy just showing absolutely amazing efforts right there. I mean, Hicks here with some really great timing, moving out, just locking in that winner chicken dinner, and a very well-deserved victory going towards the players there from NIGMA Galaxy. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a more exciting day, right? We saw 3 back-to-back winner chicken dinners coming through from one team. Then we had quite a bit of a change-up in the preceding 2 matches, and now, while we wait for the insanity, of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back in a short few moments.
I'm designer, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East and Africa Championship. I mean, wow, as we've seen some pretty intense gameplay today, right? I mean, the previous 3 days was crazy, right? But today, I don't have words to describe the emotions I'm feeling looking at what these teams are bringing out on towards the amazing battlefield. I mean, they're keeping us on the edge of our seats all the way through to the very finish. I mean, of course, quite a bit of excitement coming through, and we see quite a bit of interactions, but of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking of what's happening so far in this championship, right? Tell us what your thoughts are. Hit us up in the chat. You can hit us on Facebook, on YouTube, wherever you are, wherever you're watching. Even if you're watching this in the future, tell us what your thoughts are. How these teams been performing so far. But of course, as we know, we're inching our way ever closer to getting into that very last match.
That feels like a very weird concept for me. My brain hasn't quite processed the fact that we're going on to the last map of the MEA champs. Because we started this journey with PMPL Africa, we started this journey for the other teams, you know, with PMPL Arabia, we've moved into the MEA champs. It feels like we started just yesterday, but I know for a fact we didn't. We've played a lot of PUBG Mobile. We've seen these teams play a lot of PUBG Mobile, and now it's all culminating into this. After this next map, we will know who is going to the PMGC slots from these fantastic regions.
Yeah, but of course, before we get anywhere near that, we need to take a bit of a look at and see, you know, just what the highlights were coming through from this last game. Well, as we saw, right, the team's really keeping up the pressure all the way. It ain't over until it's over. But what a way to close off our very last Erangel. Of course, as we know, we've got our very last Miramar on its way as well. But before we get there, we need to take a look and see how many points the teams were able to secure coming in off the back of this last insane match. Of course, NIGMA Galaxy with the clutch that we've been waiting to happen. Right, locking it in with 13 eliminations alongside that glorious winner chicken dinner, locking, it was rather securing 28 points. But then we see OOREDOO Thunders, POWR Esports, and Slime 4KT picking up 18 points apiece, with Slime sitting on 10 eliminations.
Oh, this is what we've been waiting for Slime. I know there's a bunch of Slime 4KT fans in the chat absolutely going to be going wild when they see this. So fantastic to see that energy coming through from Slime 4KT. We've been waiting for a DK, and here it is again on the final day. It seems like all of the teams are pulling out all of the stops, all of the surprises that they've been waiting to showcase. But it's a beautiful set of eliminations and points for these teams on this side of things. 1 million Virtual Gaming, Soul Esports. Alright, they're picking up some good points to be adding to their overall tallies. But it's all going to go to NIGMA Galaxy for me. Absolutely, just massive applause to them for picking up their first winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and we've seen some pretty impressive performances coming through from NIGMA Galaxy in the past, right? So, I mean, it was about time. It was only a matter of time until we see NIGMA Galaxy just reminding us once again why that name sounds so amazing, right? And just popping off with an insane clutch. I know I've said that already, but I'll say it as many times as I have to. But of course, now let's take a look at that second page to see what the situation is. And of course, GEEKAY Esports securing themselves those 3 eliminations, awarding them 4 points in total, with Twisted Minds, CONQUEROR Iraq picking up 2 apiece.
Ooh, okay. But unfortunately for Nusa and Tyson Gaming, they will not be adding anything to their overall tally. They'll have to put their hopes and dreams over towards Miramar if they want to have any opportunity of changing their current storyline. I think it is going to be getting very close and contentious so far, DK. I mean, these teams have just been absolutely surprising us. Map after map. I would not have predicted any of this. Again, I steer away from those predictions. I don't want to be the caster cursor here, but even if you gave me all the time in the world, all of the calculators to do the math, this is not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I said before, you know, welcome to the MEA Championships, where there's quite a bit of excitement and surprises all around every single corner. But as we know, right, we are inching ourselves ever closer to see what that final match will bring on through. We are not going to be taking a look at our overall rankings. Instead, we are going to be taking a look at NIGMA Galaxy, doing a little bit of a deeper delve into them.
But NIGMA have pinned them down so confidently, so decisively. And Lord sends out a nade extra. That goes right on to Turpin, finds life as well. Catan heading into the top four is R8. Will fall first, but it is the drop shot by Raouf behind with the help of his teammates. The 1v2 onto RTG. That sends everyone into a spiral, and NIGMA's gonna find.
Get the revive, but as he goes for it, it can't quite work out.
NIGMA Galaxy absolutely on fire as we see these teams just popping off. I mean, it's great to have a bit of a look and see what the teams have all, you know, what the journey was to make it up towards this point. But as we did see that live update coming through in game with our overall rankings appearing at the top, you know, I'm hoping that we maybe don't see it moving into this last match, but now comes down to this to the deciding factor, right? Do we want to see the overall rankings and and spoil our own surprise, or are we okay with not having a look at it just yet?
Let's avoid it. You know, like if the viewers want to keep an eye out on the top of the screen, then fine. But maybe let's give them the option if they want to be oblivious, if they want to try and be surprised, they're not going to be forced to witness it right on the main screen. So it's up to you guys. It might be there, it might not be there. It's not going to be in our control for now, but I want to be surprised because I think I saw a little bit of a glimpse and I saw how close it is getting just in terms of allocating those PMGC slots. It's keeping me on the edge of my seats. I have no idea who's going to be finally taking it at the end of this map.
Yeah, I can tell you, I'm just going to be sitting there watching the match like this, right? Trying to figure out what's going. I'll just try and block out the top of the screen so we don't see what the teams are doing. But of course, expecting quite a bit of insanity to unfold on our very last map, our very last Miramar, and our very last opportunity for these teams to secure themselves the necessary points that they could need to move forward, not only into a more favorable slot with regards to prize pool, but also into those potential PMGC positions. But of course, let's hop on through to the plane as we see the lovely Campo Militar just behind us, as we are a little bit fast on this plane. Of course, we can see the lovely junkyard down below, and that is then a nice zone, right? A very nice flight path to show us all the way down towards Los Higos. So definitely the players there from Titan Gaming are going to be quite satisfied as to where this flight path is heading. But the rest of the teams will also be super satisfied, as, you know, this is not a limiting flight path. The team's still having pretty good access to all over the place.
Oh, it is going to be an interesting one. The final Miramar. And again, it hasn't hit my head just yet. I'm still in denial at this point in time. But what I'm not in denial of is the absolute brilliant performances that we can see just highlighted from our fantastic individuals on the left-hand portion of your screen. I mean, Al Hajj, 14 headshots, unsurprising whatsoever. I mean, it's a Terminator at the end of the day, DK. We've come to expect this.
Yeah, but we saw guys in there as well, right? Our MVP coming through from the PMPL Arabia, really still keeping it contentions. But of course, the range hits, absolutely insane, right? 401, 379, 378. That is pretty crazy distances for a mobile game, right? I think sometimes people forget because this is all being played on mobile. This is not PC, this is not console, this is nothing else. But of course, what we do also then have is an amazing zone to really complement our final flight path.
Oh, okay. No, we're gonna be allowing these teams some fantastic opportunities to get themselves set up for this final zone. And really allowing a few very, very good and open objective opportunities here. In terms of the final spots available within the zone, there could be a little bit of craziness if we head over towards Los Leones, maybe even more craziness if we head on over towards that eastern portion. But I mean, even if we keep it to the center, I think there's going to be a really good set of opportunities objectively for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, we'll wait to see exactly what those objectives are going to be. For the time being, it's going to be the players here from GEEKAY just doing their thing up in towards the lovely Picardo. Again, uncontested as always. They do have the players there from UMBRA held up towards the western side. But this being Miramar, things appear closer than they actually are. And of course, well, one team that's no stranger to distance is of course the players from Titan, all the way down towards that Val del Mar. And normally we see them venturing up in towards Los Higos as well, but they're not really reachable, or they're not really able to reach into that exact position. Instead, it does seem like they are going to be opting for a little bit of rotation closer towards, you know, Monte Nuevo or even La Drillera.
Oh, I do like that opportunity here for these teams. And yeah, look, in terms of what we see there towards the center, we've got Falcons, Conqueror. We have a little bit of that power action spread up amongst Al Azahar with D7H also just taking a little bit of a closer look over towards Junkyard. But there's nothing too crazy just yet. There's nothing that really screams danger for me that we're going to be looking at those elimination feeds just yet. But as we take a look at those rotations, especially from that southwestern portion, it is for the time being looking pretty stacked. I am expecting those teams to provide the space when that next phase comes through, just to give, you know, get themselves closer to center, providing that outskirt. We talk about this time in and time out. There should be an opportunity, hopefully, for everyone to move on in safer. It's just that line of NASR, Virtual Gaming, UMBRA, and then GEEKAY. They are currently lined up and looking very dangerous if they get closer to one another.
Yeah, they are looking quite dangerous, but we'll see just where exactly that is going to be going and whether or not, you know, the danger will continue, because we are seeing the teams really changing up the dynamics with their final approach, right? This is making things a little bit more unpredictable. Yes, we do have a few teams sticking to the usual loot locations. Of course, looking at the players here from R8, we can see them kind of spread out through San Martin, right? We've got SK Ton, Bandar, and the rest positioned up high with Prestige, holding back in towards San Martin itself. But we've got the players there from Falcons moving forward. We've got 1 million moving forward. So a lot of teams now making a little bit more of a play towards that center zone.
Oh, as we take a look at this, again, the fact is we're looking at our final Miramar. We're looking at our final opportunity. So I want to see a little bit of action. I want to see a little bit of 1 million finding Never Alone being, well, alone for once. So the Falcons, hopefully, they are taking a quick rotation to back them up.
Yeah, of course, up comes good old Venom here, looking to patch that health bar up a little bit. So now Never Alone sending out the nades while waiting for the reinforcements, the cavalry to arrive. And it's going to be Marshall to get found out at the top of that ridge. But let's see what the rest of 1 million can do in response to that. Senkei now just up in the corner, looking for a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a vantage point to play from. But here we go. The team's continuing now to keep their positions under lockdown. Not going to be budging just yet.
Oh, waiting for this opportunity, Falcons now with that rotation. This is what we love to see. This is what needs to happen. Never Alone will be taking a few of those shots, but Lazy Boy not going to be done just yet. Oh, just in the nick of time, Never Alone manages just to get around the smoke and just reposition. Now Youssef, an opportunity to close that gap, looking to back them up, bring the cavalry.
Yeah, but I'm loving this kind of restriction. Oh, coming through from Falcons. Just moving in, starting to encircle 1 million. It is, of course, going to be an absolutely touching hit coming through as Venom is down. But now, Falcons looking to pull that restriction as much as they can. Just looking to tighten their grip. Senkei, of course, waiting at the ready with a nade in hand. It's going to be Lazy Boy to get found next. Now, Venom, Senkei looking for a bit of a approach here. Will they be able to get it in? Oh, Venom goes down. Senkei goes down, and that is 1 million. Down and out.
Ooh, not what I thought was gonna happen there, but okay, no, this is beautiful from Falcons. This is the adjustment they needed. Maybe they can take this a little bit further. Maybe there is an opportunity here, but is going to have to start with that res on towards Yusef to pick themselves back up to the numbers they need. Of course, GK not going to be looking to allowing that to happen. Santa, they want their eliminations. They've worked hard for their eliminations. Now they need those confirmations. As we take a look at this, of course, you can see just a quick shot at what that zone is looking like. This is Smack Bam's center zone. So these are the teams currently right in a good position for the next phase.
Yeah, well, let's see just how these positions are going to come to fruition. Of course, you can see several teams already starting to converge even more in towards center zone. For Kurdistan also making a steady approach. But now, let's see what will happen as GK and UMBRA get ready to lock in these angles. Shadowin being met with a beautiful spray down coming through there from Ragnar, just peering out the window. Of course, Shadowin's got a good answer. Oh, Morteza on the front line, but Santa takes a bit of damage. Now, it's all going to be riding up onto Gaze and the rest of the team. Looking to see if they can maybe piece this play back together. Morteza sends one out. Oh, it comes scary close, but it is PRZ to be found out next.
Oh, surprise, surprise. GK and UMBRA are here to play. Shadowin now making a dash on in, trying to find those alternative angles, but Ragnar steps on out, provides the damage. Carry Boy there for the follow-up. This is fantastic from UMBRA, but they need to continue to find the numbers here of GK.
Yeah, they definitely have to find all the numbers they can manage, but now Morteza comes with a spray, locking it in. It's going to be Gaze to get taken down. Morteza, one of our aggressors from PMPL Africa, now looking to pick up that momentum again. Hope and Santa now just trying to find a little bit more of an opportune approach here. Shadowin down for the count. Let's see whether or not UMBRA can get the saving play locked on in. It's going to be Carry Boy Morteza. Oh, they won't be able to make it towards Shadowin as they do bleed out. But now Falcons are going to come swooping even closer, applying a little bit of pressure to this whole situation. But Santa back up, getting ready for a bit of a move here. We can see those utilities getting exchanged. Santa makes a run, trying to regroup back over to Hope. And this could be that opportunity now for UMBRA to come in behind them, capitalizing on the opportunity. But, oh, unfortunately, not necessarily lining up those hits just yet.
Oh, but again, there's still opportunities. They can still take this further. This would be fantastic now for GK to step on up, picking up these eliminations, or for UMBRA. Either way, I would be happy for any of these teams to make such beautiful surprises. We can see Conquerors finding a piece of Falcons over towards a little bit more of that, well, northeastern side, basically, of the center zone. And meanwhile, GK Esports going silent, looking for those opportunities again. These calm moments before the storms, they really showcase exactly how these teams have to break down the situations, looking for information, trying to make it work, trying to figure out a plan and how they're going to be executing it.
Yeah, and of course now they need to hope that those plans are going to be near perfect. Of course, you can see the players there from Falcons off in the distance, still reaching in, applying a little bit of pressure onto its UMBRA. But fortunately now, Morteza spots out OOREDOO Thunders on their heel side. So Osama now taking quite a bit of damage. And this is an opportunity for UMBRA now to try and just fortify the position. But Santa and Hope not going to be budging just yet. Keeping the pressure on, waiting for an opportunity here. But Carry Boy needs to be careful to not get distracted and put themselves out in the line of fire. Meanwhile, it's going to be CONQUEROR pushing forward. Oh, Never Alone taking a little bit of damage, but the shots come in. It's now CONQUEROR waiting steadily as Aziz from POWR Esports finds the angle, and with that takes down Never Alone. Now, of course, Powerful still alive. Damar also looking for a bit of an opportunity here, but where will these shots go next?
Oh, I'll tell you what, they'll be going into some very surprising places. We can see NASR taking out, or trying to take out at least, Virtual Gaming currently. That is going to be very interesting. That's happening towards the southern portion of the zone, right? Those teams not in zone, they're still trying to make that rotation in, and currently Virtual Gaming, they have an opportunity, of course. But as we take a look here, POWR, they want a little bit of a piece of the action here between UMBRA and GK Esports, who are in a stalemate, honestly. I mean, neither team really wants to take that step on up. Neither team wants to take that rotation because they know as soon as they do, you know, those pat on the backs of the vehicles that leave bullet marks, those are going to happen quite a lot.
Yes, yes. But, I mean, if you've got backup, right? Why not? I had to. I mean, why not? Either which way. Of course, we now look on as quite a few of our teams have already secured themselves within the zone. We're still waiting for Virtual Gaming and NASR to get themselves out of the blue. And of course, the same can be said there for Titan Gaming. But yes, the stalemate between UMBRA and GEEKAY will continue as we now look to see where this next zone is going to be taking us and whether or not, you know, they'll be forced to make a bit of more of a decisive play, right? And that, of course, I'm referring to the players there from UMBRA and GEEKAY that we've been looking at for a little minute now. But now, that zone just around the corner, about to reveal itself. Already Twisted Minds for Kurdistan. Enigma Galaxy pretty close towards that edge, and they will now continue with their positions here as we see Enigma Galaxy being absolutely blessed into Picado. And this is where things get challenging because there's going to be no safe entry into Picado.
No, not whatsoever. I mean, the only real teams that I guess could be fine for the time being would be Virtual Gaming and NASR if they jump on in from that southern portion. But that opportunity is not going to be lasting long. We can see all of the teams jumping into the vehicles. They need to make a dash for the zone. POWR having a dance party out here. Wow, I'm loving this. This is, I mean, matching outfits, dance party, huddling up before the final portion. They still have to get themselves in zone. What's happening here?
Yeah, I mean, you know, building team morale, right? That's,
Confidence.
No,
Confidence.
no, they're building team morale. That's what it is, right? They need to play as a unit. And what better way to do it other than having a dance party, right? Because you need to unite in your efforts. Sure. Either which way, of course, the teams are going to be continuing now to get themselves situated towards that zone. We see for Kurdistan finding a bit of an angle on towards R8. And as we look on towards this eastern side, it's going to be OOREDOO Thunder and Seoul Esports getting into a bit of an altercation with the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq. Not too far away. In just slightly off in the distance. Of course, UMBRA, GEEKAY still going to be holding on to their positions. We can see them up to the northern edge. But they still have to make a bit of a play here. Something to leverage towards UMBRA. Well, trying to find a bit of an opportunity maybe, but that blue zone is going to be eating away at their health bars. And Morteza and Carryboy can't afford to spend more time in the blue, right? They need to get themselves in those vehicles if they are looking for any further continuation.
Absolutely. Rotations need to happen here. We need to get these teams, as we talk about them, you know, the rotations sooner rather than later just provides you those opportunities. Morteza found their own opportunity, though, over towards Hope, as unfortunately there is no opportunity here for Sansa now to get on back. Oh, with there's only one bandage left. That's it. This is it. Sorry.
Well, there we go. It is GEEKAY down for the count, right? Getting sent out in 15th position. Titan Gaming now going to be meeting up alongside Twisted Minds up into the lovely Picado. I said it was going to be quite a bit of a challenge for teams to get themselves into this one, and as we can see, it is proving to be exactly that. For Kurdistan, going to be holding onto that more elevated angle off in the distance. R8 going to be looking to take a bit of a plunge here, but Falcons and POWR about to meet up just on the outskirts of zone. NASR, Virtual Gaming, still looking for a bit of that entry into the zone, but Slime, they've secured themselves at least some form of a position. But now look at Anas trying to apply an extra bit of pressure up in towards that arena. Morteza is going to be flinging themselves out of their vehicle, and that is super unfortunate. That, of course, then is the end of Team UMBRA. Scary Boy follows suit, and now Titan Gaming looking to get Picardo under lockdown.
Oh, this is what we need. Finding control of that center portion, and it's going to be a great start to find Reaver. A little bit of an elimination, but of course it doesn't stop there. We still got the entirety of Conqueror, Iraq, NIGMA, Galaxy, Twisted Mind, Soul Esports are jumping into the action. This is going to be a tough battle to be the reigning team within this position, to be the reigning team within these buildings. Oh, Titans, they have their work cut out for them. And the rest of the teams, well, they do too, because they still need to even get into this situation. POWR still in the outskirts, taking those fights and battles now with Falcons and OOREDOO Thunders, while the rest of the teams in a similar situation.
Yeah, but the situation is not going to be easing up anytime soon. Now, Dami trying for a bit of an opportunity on towards Pronto, waiting for the angles to line on through, but POWR now positioned all the way to this eastern edge of the zone. Could be a bit of a play to be had towards players there from Falcons, and we did see them doing that little team move a little bit earlier on, right? Making sure that they operate in unison, but of course Falcons are going to be looking to maybe find a bit of an approach on towards R8. There we go. Haje finds the angle on towards Salma in the meantime. And Hamko and Hassan now needs to move on forward. Damar jumping at the opportunity here.
Oh, Falcons. I mean, already 6 eliminations. You can feel the confidence that's just absolutely radiating from Falcons now as they take that rotation on in from that northeastern side up against either R8 or POWR Esports, whichever way they pick it. But Alhaji looking to just provide them a little bit of pressure, but the trade is there. Now for Kante here to try and get this res. Not gonna happen. The Terminator has been sent back into the lobby, and Falcons, unfortunately, in a similar situation now if they want him to take on forward.
No, the Terminator has been terminated, right? But now Prestige perched on high, waiting for a bit of an angle here. Oh, it is going to be powerful, looking to move on forward. Fortunately, Prestige now rather switching over to the utilities. Not going to be trying to waste too much ammo. Let's see, will it reach? Oh! Wow! That got scary close. Up comes the second attempt. Will that one be on the money? Falcons not thinking that that's going to happen, but whoa, powerful. Taking so much damage. Bandar also going to be sending up a little bit of a warm welcome, and up comes Hassan and the rest of the players there from OOREDOO Thunder. Looking for a bit of an opportunity, but Kante is going to be putting quite a bit of a stop to them, as we can see Hamko now trying to quickly patch back up their teammates, and this is Kante with relentless efforts. Osama also taking quite a few hits, as we can see actually the players from Conqueror Iraq sending the spray down through.
Oh, we love to see these surprises, but of course, these eliminations not going to stop just yet. As we saw, Falcons already on 6. We've got OOREDOO Thunders following through with 3. NASR, POWR, and Virtual Gaming all have 3 apiece each as well, but that nade has to pop on through. OOREDOO Thunders looking to stay up. Oh, what a reach, but there's a clapback. I'm just literally waiting for the explosions.
Wow, Osama with a nice angle being utilized there, sending the players from POWR back in 13th position. Now it's Riva trying to play all the way from the opposite end of that zone. Just showing you how small the zone actually is, right? It looks quite big because we're quite zoomed into the map, but either which way, it's going to be Riva now trying to apply so much pressure, looking for those hit markers. We also have Soul moving in just towards that southeastern side. There's still quite a bit of congestion now being had towards the west, as we see the players here from Titan, NIGMA, Galaxy, Twisted Mind, Slime, and for Kurdistan, all trying to get themselves secured within this next phase.
Oh, the southwestern portion is ridiculous. Just looking at all of these teams, it's only really R8 and OOREDOO Thunders alongside Falcons that didn't have too much trouble. But as we know, Falcons back into the lobby. Titans now looking towards Conqueror Iraq. They need to look for that opportunity. They need to look for the controlling portion here. If they can get this space, they allow themselves that southwestern portion into the zone. They allow themselves hard cover into the next phase. So now, Conquerors, they're up here for the defensive line.
Well, it's going to be P6 now trying to find that opportunity, but instead gets met with a great molly. Quick responses. Now, Dami finds the angle onto its slimes. We can see off in the distance, but P6 will not be stopping just yet. Instead, continues to try and find these opportune angles. Twisted Minds off in the distance, also facing off, but up comes the push, the rush. It is Titans moving in, turning their full attention on towards Conqueror, but it's going to be Kalaga finding the angle right in the window. That is how you take on these approaches. Now, Titan down to 2 potential hopefuls. Up comes the rush. It is going to be a full-on send as Kalaga gets traded. Down goes Reva. Down goes P6. And this is an absolute rampage as the players from Conqueror Iraq take down Titan Gaming.
Oh my goodness. Just purely based on what I like a little birdie has told me, I'm not sure if that would have been the finish for Titans that they were looking for, looking to try and find those points, but we'll have to wait and see a little bit later on whether or not they have made it. In the meantime, we take a look at these wonderful teams that are bringing up the action. OOREDOO Thunders coming through here from the eastern side with their 4 eliminations, looking to close the gap and already finding Goa, already finding it Bronzo as Slime for KT and Twisted Minds in the spot of trouble.
Yeah, and that is going to be NIGMA Galaxy to stop them right then and there. Now, Hicks here. Oh, getting spotted out in the open after such a glorious winner-winner chicken dinner over on Erangel. We are now down to only 5 remaining teams. As Slime for KT also then get eliminated. It's going to be Osama trying to pick up the hits towards the team from Seoul Esports. It's going to be a mad dash back in towards that zone. The OOREDOO Thunders try to play a little bit more of a northern approach and trying to also improve their positioning towards Seoul. As you can see, Omar, the final contender, off in the distance, looking for a bit of a position.
OOREDOO Thunders, they're looking to make a final dash up into the top slots, looking for their PMGC opportunities here. And all that stands in their way for now is Seoul Esports, of course. Omar being spotted on out, HP going to be going down. Hamco recovering, regrouping with the rest of the squad. They need to get closer into the zone. They need to focus on the rest of the teams currently holding control. It's R8 from that northern side that is going to be an absolute bane in the existence here of OOREDOO Thunders.
Oh, here we go. Let's see whether or not they can make it happen. Oh, there we go. It is Omar down. Seoul Esports backing up their bags. Now, 4 teams left, but look at this. R8 looking to make the magic happen as Ida cooks up the nade, looks for the opportunity, sends it out. Will this be it? Yes! It finds Osama Hassan. Now, will they be able to pick it back up? It is going to be up to Hassan and Hanko. Oh, but Hanko's down. Down goes Hassan, and that is OOREDOO Thunders down for the count.
Oh my goodness gracious, what an absolute turnaround. OOREDOO Thunders, they were looking to be on their own version of a teardown. Now it is R8 finding another shot here on towards Conqueror Iraq. Conqueror, as we know, they had the most numbers, but R8, they're looking to level the playing field.
Yeah, R8 Conqueror really going to come into a very decisive altercation here as we see Darwi from Fort Kurdistan getting taken right on down. It's Reva taking quite a bit of damage as SK now moves into Groza, gets the hit, the confirmation, but who will be able to drive it in? Conqueror Iraq sitting on 10, R8 sitting on 10, so it is double digits either side. SK doing the due diligence, just blowing up that vehicle, making sure that there's nobody in it. But let's see whether or not Prestige, SK and Ida will be able to secure themselves that last little extra bit of effort. Now, you see Reva out on the edge. Oh, sends it through, and it is Prestige. Down goes Reva. Now Groza and, of course, their teammate Rio standing between R8 and that winner chicken dinner. Ida sends out the Molly, looking to pick up that extra bit of damage. But now, full send coming in, right? 11 eliminations on the side here of R8. Ida looking for the opportunity, the angles. Rosa quite low on that health bar, but up comes Rio, waiting for that reload. Will we see the final push now come through here from R8? SK looking to get that race back over on towards Prestige. And this could really be what R8 needs to come back with such an insane effort. Now, Groza picking up the nade, looking to meet them. It's all going to come down to the wire as we can see R8 back up to 3 players. Conqueror Iraq now holding on to 2. Rio and Groza absolutely distracted by the front, held by Ida. But now Escaton, Prestige getting ready to move into positions. The nades getting sent in both directions. They are getting spotted out. Groza is down. It now is all down to Rio. Up comes the push. The send. Escaton looking for the opportunity. Comes strafing on forward. Mech with a few headshots. Head up in their direction. Rio now trying to claim it, but Ida secures the hit. And it is going to be R8 Esports to pick up the very last winner chicken dinner.
Oh, that was absolutely phenomenal. I was on the edge of my seat trying to do math while casting. Don't recommend it. But because of that, what I can tell you, I won't spoil it. There is a point difference between 3 teams in the top 5. And those teams, one of them was OOREDOO Thunders picking up their ridiculous amount of points now, which means they could maybe have been in contention for stealing a PMGC slot. So the top points, the top teams you think are going through, just keep an open mind. You might be pleasantly surprised as we take a look at these fantastic teams. DK, was that a finish you were expecting?
No, definitely wasn't, but I was hoping for something similar to that. I mean, my heart is racing. I'm struggling to breathe, but it's no surprise, right? Because these teams have been keeping the tension up so much. I mean, talking about dialing up the aggression from that first day to today, right? 4 days of action, 6 matches, 24 games later, and it is still absolutely nail-biting action.
It is absolutely crazy. These teams still finding just ways of making us just lose our absolute minds. Like I said, there for OOREDOO Thunders, they were in a massive opportunity and they picked up some massive points to potentially shake things up on the overall standings. Titans, GEEKAY Esports also, I was holding my breath in these altercations because I knew exactly what we were looking at. I knew we were looking at PMGC altercations. We were looking at fights for literal slots in the PMGC. And ultimately, these teams, they are still looking at giving us those fantastic surprises.
Yeah, gotta love it when the teams just step up. But of course, let's take a look now to see what our match rankings are. How many points the teams were able to secure. Of course, R8 with that glorious winner chicken dinner coming in with an amazing 28 points alongside their 13 eliminations. CONQUEROR Iraq securing themselves 22, hitting those double-digit figures as well.
Oh, massive, beautiful points here, as we can see here from R8 Esports and CONQUEROR Iraq, but also, like I mentioned, OOREDOO Thunders for Kurdistan. Beautiful double digits just added right at the end. Soul Esports, Team Falcons, hello, Slime4KT, and NIGMA Galaxy also following suit, picking up a beautiful set of points for themselves. And as we know, we have to take a look at that second page just to see what other potential surprises lay in wait. Virtual Gaming and NASR picking up 3 eliminations right alongside POWR Esports and Team UMBRA. So there was a little bit of a jump up and a potential little bit of an extra opportunity for some of these teams, as we saw Titans and GEEKAY both taking 1 point each, which is, I think, what the difference was between these two teams. So I don't know if there's going to be much difference there.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane to see what's going through here. I mean, such a strong effort all the way to the very finish. I mean, these teams just keeping it up, keeping the pressure. I mean, we haven't seen these figures shown on the second page for a little bit, right? But it's still so amazing to see these teams keeping the contention as tough as they can manage it. And a very satisfying amount of PUBG action that we've had over our past few days. Well, not only the MEA Championship, but also the PMPL Arabia and the PMPL Africa. Also referring to not just the spring season, or not just the fall season rather, but also what we had coming through in our spring season. So much from all these teams, and what a great journey it has been that they've been working through.
Absolutely. I mean, just making sure that they were keeping us on the edge of our seats. And I expect keeping the viewers on the edge of their seats, waiting to see who was going to be those final beautiful teams at the top of the slots, at the top of the match rankings, even from match to match. They were surprise after surprise. I mean, just starting the day off with a triple winner chicken dinner from POWR in a row, mind you. Ridiculous. Then we move on into NIGMA Galaxy, picking up their first winner chicken dinner. We pick up a fantastic game there from GEEKAY Esports over towards Sanhok as well. And now to finish it off with R8, Oh, these teams are just lighting up our feeds, lighting up our eyes as we wait to see ultimately who was the champion of MEA. Oh, it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that's at play here, right? We know not only did the teams look to get their stuff ready, but of course we are going to be looking to now have a bit of a sneak preview, right? We are going to be jumping into the overall rankings, but we're not going to be starting where you think. We're going to be starting on page number 2, right? It's going to be for Kurdistan, finishing up on 175 points, 10 points ahead of Slime 4KT, who of course finds themselves 8 points ahead of 1 million. NIGMA Galaxy then sitting on 143. We see the players there from Team Falcons on 139. So some very, very impressive figures coming through, right? Team UMBRA also still keeping up the efforts, right? We see NASR with their one winner chicken dinner sitting all the way in 15th place. So this speaks to how competitive it has been in this championship.
Oh, finishing off with 175 points right in 9th position. Absolutely crazy. These teams really, really stepped up their game, not only just, you know, in terms of this entire week of play, but especially in these final moments. In arguably the most stressful games of their lives, they still find a way to just step up the bar, to raise the bar and the level of their absolute beautiful skills. It's so good, DK. It's so good.
Yeah, absolutely so good. But speaking about so good, right?
Ooh.
There's something that needs to happen next, right? As we know,
yes.
we are waiting to see who our champions are for this season of the PMPL MEA. And of course, well, let's get a drum roll, right? Get an imaginary drum roll in your head. Imagine it. And let's see who our champions are moving into this season of the MEA. It is none other than POWR Esports with Mr. Terminator over on the left-hand side there. Of course, none other than Alhaji and the rest of the insane team coming through here from POWR Esports. I mean, what a glorious, glorious approach this was that they've taken. Coming through, locking in those 3 winner chicken dinners back-to-back. Our very first 3 matches of today. What a way to rise to the occasion. Of course, starting the day on 200 points alongside R8. But they just geared into the next level to try and ensure that they walk away victorious.
This was an absolute pleasure to witness POWR Esports just bringing in 3 winner chicken dinners back to back, to witness the Terminator doing what they do best, and of course just a fantastic congratulations to POWR Esports. But we need to take a look, of course, to see who our other teams will be joining them in the PMGC slots available. So let's take a look at that first page of the overall rankings. What a day it has been. POWR Esports finishing off with 330 points. And DK, I see a few names there that have finally made it up into those slots.
Oh, yes, indeed. As we know, aside from POWR Esports reigning supreme, right, we then also have 2 other teams that are presented with a bit of an opportunity here. And as you pointed out, that 1-point difference being between GEEKAY Esports and Titan Gaming. And of course, it's only 1 point ahead of the OOREDOO Thunders. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a more contentious finish to come on through. But as we know, there are only 3 slots available. And already we have 4 teams on this list that already have secured them those slots based on performances. And of course, we know R8 being one of those teams. So, well, ipso facto, you can figure out what that then implies. But we are going to be waiting for that official announcement to make it legit, right? But well done, nonetheless, to all our teams and all the relentless efforts that they've been showing across the board to bring in yet another amazing PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East Africa Championship.
I still can't believe that there's only 1 point difference between 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. For OOREDOO Thunders, 1 point. 1 point could have made all the difference. But as we take a look at just reflecting at what we've seen in the last couple of days, what we've seen in the last couple of matches today alone, we're flabbergasted, honestly, at these teams bringing this level of competition. POWR Esports jumping on in. I mean, 5th in PMPL Arabia, we weren't really thinking about them. We were looking at Alhaji as the 7th best or 6th best eliminator there from PMPL Arabia. now being the Terminator here in the MEA Champs. But again, you don't need to listen to me trying to break down stats because I can't speak numbers. Let's go take a look at a deeper dive into POWR Esports.
فل اتش بي من اللاعبين تقريبا، ولكن حجي التدخل حيكون قريب، والهيت ماركر موجود من حجي اليو ام بي، ولكن
المحافل وبكل السيناريوهات المتوقعة. عزيز تقدم، ما هذا التقدم، ما هذا التقدم من فريق GEEKAY. وهنا بلش يلا اي سبورتس قاعد طردنا، لكن وين الليت 1 اتش بي ولا تدعها. سموكر من اوريدو، واحده من GEEKAY من ستان، واحده.
Absolutely amazing to look at where POWR Esports came from and what they achieved in this championship. Great sort of events coming through, and what a way to rise to the occasion, to rise to the challenge. Of course, some very, very amazing shots and amazing things that we have had happening across the board again.
Absolutely. It has been such a beautiful opportunity just to witness all of these players, to witness these teams rising to their best occasions. But of course, just to hang out with the fantastic viewers that we've been talking through into the chat. I mean, shout out to Jihad, Red Dot, Dr. Jinx. You guys have been keeping us entertained alongside the rest of the viewers. But as we know, there's still an opportunity for you to let us know a little bit further what you've been thinking, what you've been feeling, how you've been experiencing PMPL MEA Champs. You can let us know with those survey links. They're at the top, the pinned comments right at the top of the YouTube chat, that you can go ahead, answer some questions, let us know what you think, how things have been going, what we can do better next time around. We need to know. You need to let us know. And honestly, just how you've been experiencing this fantastic, fantastic set of games, and maybe even just who your favorite teams have been so far.
Yeah, of course, looking forward to all the feedback from our viewers. As we know, we've had the opportunity and the privilege to be having quite a few of them pop in and around our proceedings over the past 4 days. So a lot of thanks going out to all our viewers. Hope you guys enjoyed the proceedings of what these teams did out on the battlefield. It was absolutely exciting from our side. We enjoyed quite a bit of it, and it was some absolutely nail-biting action all the way to the very, very end. I mean, this is at times where I'm so happy that we actually are sitting, because the action was just building up so much. I think if I was standing for the majority of this, I would probably end up lying on the ground. But I mean, again, the teams just bringing through such satisfying action with all the PUBG plays. I gotta say, what a nice end this has been, though, right? We've had the amazing spring season come through with the team stepping up. We saw the players formerly there from, well, the virtual gaming team stepping up with quite a surprising dominance over in the previous PMPL Africa, with the NIGMA Galaxy being the champions in our previous season of the MEA. So what a change and what a turnaround. Of course, also looking then at the players from Titan Gaming coming through from, again, the PMPL Africa side, rising to the occasion, bringing such a monstrous performance and ensuring that they too can secure themselves a good finish coming through. I mean, Ez, who for you from the Arabia side were those more outstanding for teams?
Look, I feel like the obvious answer here is going to be POWR Esports. Like, duh. they brought in a ridiculous performance today. Let's be honest. Those 3 winner chicken dinners, the turkeys, ridiculous. But for me, also just a massive shout out to CONQUEROR Iraq. I mean, the jump that they made yesterday, moving on in from literally last place all the way up into a contentious point for getting themselves PMGC slots. You absolutely have to give it to them. Like I said, these have been some of the most stressful games for these teams, the final matches, and yet they're still putting out all the stops. So massive shout out to CONQUEROR Iraq. And we've had some really amazing PMPL Africa teams as well, DK. Who's been some of your favorites?
Well, I definitely gotta say, out of the PMPL Africa teams, right, we did see a really strong performance coming through from Slime 4KT, right? They really rose to the occasion in the PMPL. As we saw, MEA Championship, it's tough, right? It is really, really tough, especially going up against such a formidable force as that we've had, right? I mean, POWR Esports, they just absolute legends out on that field with Al Hajj doing the Terminator things. But of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking, right? So be sure to hit us up on social media. You can sure to hit us up in the survey as well. Give us your feedback. Tell us what your favorite moments were through this entire season of the PUBG Mobile Pro League, be it from this championship, be it from either the spring or fall season. Tell us what your favorite takeaway moments was coming through from all of these different events. But of course, as we know, right, we are slowly but surely drawing our way closer to the end of this evening's proceedings. And of course, the next stop for, well, a few of our teams here are going to be towards the PMGC. And the other teams, well, they'll be returning in the next season of the PMPL, looking to see if they can maybe better their efforts to secure those slots moving forward.
Ooh, it is going to be a beautiful, beautiful opportunity to see 7 teams from these 2 regions taking part. 7 teams that we've been witnessing over the last 4 days, showcasing their best efforts in the global championship. That is massive. Again, for these 2 regions to have these opportunities to bring forth those amazing, amazing skills that we've been seeing in the last few days. Again, please, we can't wait for you to make us proud. We know we're going to be sitting there in the chat. We're going to be watching you just absolutely playing your hearts out. And no matter what happens, we are going to be so, so, so proud and so happy to be seeing your names up on the screens.
So quite a bit to be looking forward to. I mean, as we know, it's not too long to wait until we get back into that PMGC action. Of course, you know, the previous season of PMGC was absolutely intense, with teams from all across the globe battling it out to make their way towards those finals. And of course, we're expecting that to be the situation here once again. But be sure to tell us what your favorite takeaway thoughts are, what your favorite moments are. Lovely survey there as well. Of course, it's about our autumnal event that's also going on, no treasure.
Opportunities there, as we know, but it has been a fantastic setup here, DK. I mean, just looking at all the work that these teams have been putting in, they've really stepped it up and they've really showcased the best in both PMPL Arabia and both PMPL Africa, and hopefully we'll be seeing a few more surprises.
Well, let's wait and see what things will be, of course. Now we're just waiting for our final recap of the day through. That's just going to be yes. I mean, what more is there for us to say, right? We've seen the insanity come through from our different respective PMPLs. We've seen what the championship then resulted in. We've seen what the teams have done over in the PMWI. And now, all we get to do is wait to see what the teams will bring on forward and who will be those teams to qualify for the finals to move through in towards the PMGC itself. I mean, there's going to be so much up for grabs, but also so much experience that these teams can then bring it back into their respective regions, right? I mean, what better place to kind of measure yourself against the best teams on the globe?
It is going to be fantastic. But of course, this is going to be us, DK, signing off for the last time from the Middle East and Africa champs. Any final words?
I just have to say a big thank you going out to everyone for tuning in and that allowed us the opportunity to try and entertain you. We hope, of course, that you weren't as entertained and enjoyed it as much as we did. We look forward to seeing you all back again very, very soon. So stay tuned. And until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and have an absolutely amazing time.